at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What?
No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm gonna do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up.
See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time.
What?
No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A United Airlines flight landed safely at Denver International Airport after it lost a wheel during takeoff from Los Angeles yesterday. Nobody on the ground or in the plane was injured. Officials investigating what caused the wheel to fall off. The Denver City Council is approving the creation of a ballpark general improvement district for the neighborhood around Coors Field. Jamie Gielis, the president of consulting company Centro.
A majority of the funding, at least in the early years, is going to go to continue working on safety and outreach. And this is not adding police or, armed security down there. We are proactively working to ensure everybody feels welcome and comfortable.
It would collect a special tax from businesses and residents within a certain boundary.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
North of downtown, watch out for some construction slowing. I-25 northbound between 88th Avenue overpass and the 128th Avenue overpass. Only about 2 minutes of delays for this time of day. Otherwise, pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro this morning. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather slowly moving towards a heat wave this week. High of 89 this afternoon, overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, high of 92. Things really heating up on Thursday with a high of 97. The current temperature in Denver is 71 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Slow down and move over. For people changing a tire, roadside workers, or emergency service crews. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Damage 303-761-6400. This is Henry with XL Roofing, and I have tip number 3 for you. Ask the roofer if they want money up front. If so, that is a red flag. If you give a roofer cash before the job is finished, you are just asking for problems. XL Roofing, you do not pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. XLRoofing.com.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains? Think Plumbline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumbline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumbline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumbline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Where's Tommy Shannon?
Tom Shannon? What? Remember
Tom
him? Late
Shannon.
Night Denver TV, Tom Shannon? No?
Yes. No, actually, I don't. But here's the deal. We're here to help you out to the tune of over $300 million in exchanges and refunds and cash, and you pretty much name it, services. We're here to protect you. We're here to help you, and the phone number is simple, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Please don't forget that number works on and off the air. What does that mean? That means you can call us anytime. We'll either answer the phone or we'll call you back and try to help you out. It looks like Shelly's got an issue.
Hey, you didn't even know I was here. I was sitting here, and you think
lying.
Hey,
if you're lying, I'm dying.
Hey, listen, you think Shannon would have had the courtesy to say, "Oh, you're on the air," or "You got a minute to go"?
You know what? After 45 years, you're right. Shannon should have reminded you.
No, we're sitting here shooting the breeze. Thank you very much. You know what? I'm going to do a lawsuit on ageism, and Biden's going to be my co-plaintiff. Yes. Anyway, go ahead, Mark. Do you know what happened with Shelly?
I have no idea. It says flood damage. It must have happened after I dropped off yesterday.
Now, is Shelly the one? Oh, this is the crazy one. Listen to this, Mark, because you were away when I think I first took this call, but I'll take Shelly. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I have two people I want to talk to, two experts, because this baffles me. And first I'm going to bring up Compass Insurance Group. Then I want to bring up Matt with Paragon Services. He's a public adjuster.
Actually, I do remember this. I looked at her paperwork. Now, this is the one. This is the one she signed the claim over to the contractor.
No, that's not the settlement. There's two of them we're going to talk about. You're right, though. That is one very close to this. It's another weird situation. But Shelly is the one that has a condo, and she was called saying, "You got to get home. There's an emergency." She goes home. They had turned off the water, and I want everyone to listen. In fact, I'm going to bring up Jeremy. Are you listening, Jeremy?
I am.
All right, so she gets there. They had turned off the water, and it turns out that in her, if you picture a mechanical closet, her water heater is in there, but behind the drywall, not at her water heater, but behind the drywall where her water heater pipes go into the wall, somewhere in there, a pipe failed. Now, Shelly, I wanted to ask you something. Was this pipe exclusively feeding your water heater or water supply, or was it common to any other units? Someone asked me that.
See, that's another. I have no idea. Like I said,
okay.
All
right. Now,
to me,
so here's what happened. Here's what happened. They told her, come home. She came home. She let the plumber in. No one could find anything. Eventually, a guy came, opened up the back, and found was it broken or cracked or corroded? Oh, it was corroded. Corroded.
Yeah.
So listen to this, Jeremy. The the management company calls in a restoration company. The restoration company drives up a bill of about, how much was it, Shelley? 30 grand or more?
30,000.
And no itemization whatsoever. And the company they called in was one of their subsidiaries. Now, okay, so Shelley says, I have insurance. I'm going to turn it into my insurance because they came after her for 30 grand. So I have a number of questions. So she submits it to her insurance company, who says, we're not covering this based on one invoice for 30 grand. All right? I mean, that was it. I mean, one invoice for 30 grand. That's all they had. Sure. And it had no itemization whatsoever. My very first question to you, do insurance companies want itemization?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's not unusual. That's not unusual, even though she has a sucky company. It's not unusual for State Farm or any company to ask for itemization. I thought so. And that's the standard. Now, but my next question, more important than this, I thought condo owners can only be responsible from the drywall in.
No, they're responsible to fix the damage from the drywall in. So regardless of where the water comes from or whatever, their responsibility is to insure the drywall in. So it would be appropriate for her to use the State Farm policy, her HO6 policy.
For the downstairs condo as well, for the other condo as well, even though there was no negligence or it was just an accident. She is responsible for that because the pipe was feeding her condo.
It doesn't matter if the pipe was feeding her condo or not. She could have an upstairs neighbor who ran the bathtub and forgot it was running, and it pours into her house or to her unit. If she's successful in using the upstairs person's insurance through the liability, but great, but that's probably not going to happen initially.
No, but that's not what I was asking. I get you, Jeremy. You're saying her insurance will cover her no matter the cause. What I'm asking this is about her liability. They're popping her for $30,000 in repairs, not to her apartment, to the one below her. They're saying to her, you destroyed or caused damage to the condo common area and the condo down below you. So they want $30,000. And and I want to know, is that so? Or would that be the HOA's coverage?
I feel that would be the HOAs or the other unit owners for theirs. So the the damage to the common owned property would be the HOAs, and the individual unit owners' damage that's not hers would be their HOA or their HO6. If they feel she's responsible, they can subrogate or try to subrogate her insurance, but there's no way her insurance policy is going to take the liability for that.
That's what we're talking about right now. That's what we were talking about. State Farm says, give us an itemized bill of the cleanup for the condo down below and the repair. And not the repair, just the cleanup, and we will consider paying it. But I'm asking you, if the break happened inside the drywall, wouldn't that more than likely be the HOA coverage?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, why are they denying it? Shelley, when you said, "Wait, what about the HOA insurance?" What do they say?
They said no. They said, why are we going to pay for what happened in your unit? Because I've tried.
But it didn't happen in your unit by any definition.
And that's what I've said, yeah.
So now I'm going to bring up Matt Stanford with Paragon Services. He is on our referral list at referralist.com. He is a public adjuster. For those listening, public adjusters work for you against your own insurance or other insurance companies that are unfair. Matt, how do you weigh in on this, having heard this?
Well, the first question I have is, was that pipe in a perimeter wall or an interior? Is it actually inside your unit or on a perimeter wall?
Okay, good idea. So, Shelley, if you poked a hole through that wall, does it come out on the other side to your unit, or is it a wall going into common area?
I believe it would probably go into my closet.
So the wall is between your closet and your laundry room.
So that would be her problem,
I
right?
don't know. Jeremy, would they consider that her unit, or would they consider that inside the drywall?
It would still be her unit if it's enclosed within her unit, even if it's behind the drywall. But I would still make the argument she's not liable for the other damage. If the HOA and the other units insurance wants to go after State Farm in this case and subrogate, then they can do that. But by no means.
But Jeremy, I don't understand this. If she took an axe and started cutting into her drywall between her kitchen and the closet and caused this leak and flooded the apartment under her, or the townhome or whatever it is under her, that's not her problem?
Yes, it is. That would be.
Of course that would be. She'd intentionally have done it. But
even if what I'm saying is if it froze or something along those, I don't see how it's the HOA under this circumstance.
Well, what he's saying is she wasn't negligent or liable, and it just broke, and it was inside the wall, and everyone has their own liability. The person down below has their own liability. Shelley has her own liability. And the HOA should have some kind of insurance. And he's saying if they shouldn't come after her personally, they can have their insurance company sue State Farm.
Correct. Everyone's responsible to insure the physical damage of their property, the HOA and all the individual unit owners. So if there's damage to if there's physical damage to their units, their policies are going to pay that. If they feel that where the source of the water came from was negligent, then they could subrogate back to her. If State Farm's willing to pay some of that liability cost for cleanup for other units, that's, in my opinion, that's above and beyond what we would typically see. Because the difference is she didn't purposely cause that and, things leak. That's pretty common in any kind of shared condo type living.
So, Matt, you've handled probably similar situations or not?
Yeah, definitely.
So to weigh in on this, you said now that you know the wall is between her closet and her mechanical room, the pipe went up inside that wall. It was not exposed to her. There was no way for her to know anything was wrong. It went bad. And now they want her to pay for all damages in addition to her own.
Yeah, and she actually had damage to her unit as well, or did it just the water slip through the wall?
Good question. Shelley, did you have damage to your own unit?
Yeah, I had just a little bit. I mean, not much. But this is where State Farm, they have stuff that says, like, trash. That's what they say, but they want it broke down by units. What was my damage? What was the downstairs damage? That's where...
See, maybe State Farm wants that broken down. Maybe State Farm wants that broken down because they don't plan on paying other than your unit.
Yeah, I mean, and this has already been 2 years, almost a year and a half.
Well, they can't file suit now, can they, Jeremy?
Liability is different than like her being able to file a claim.
But let Matt finish his thought on it.
On that is.
Matt, what would you do?
Well, if I was Shelley in this situation, I would have, number one, the mitigation company can't just write an invoice on a cocktail.
They did.
Hope for the best.
They
right?
did. They wrote one. It's ridiculous what they wrote down.
So that's a big glaring issue. They need, if they're expecting to get paid anything, they need to itemize, break it down, square footages, water logs, all the data.
The problem is they did get paid. Here's why. The management company hired them. Listen to this. The management company hired them. They were a subsidiary of the management company, and the management company paid them in full, and then the HOA fired the management company.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
So they've been paid, and they're gone. So now it's come down to basically who's paying for the lower.
Now the HOA says, hey, we paid. We want to be reimbursed. I don't think they have a leg to stand on, and that's why I don't think they filed a suit against Shelley.
I agree. I think, I can step in and as an act of good faith on State Farm's part, I think if we just break this down further, documenting everything, maybe they would consider covering the common area and the unit below and then subrogate, against the HOA. I think that's the cleanest path. But again, this is getting a little messy. It might be time for an attorney to take a look at this.
I know. And that's, but I appreciate all of you weighing in. Shelley, I'm going to give you some recommendations right now. Why don't you call Matt? Just talk to him off the air. Maybe let him see your policy and stuff. Just call him. Because even if he doesn't take a case, he can just talk to you about it. ParagonServices.com. Here's the number, 719-726-0020. Kachina, can you make sure she gets that?
Realtors, builders, schools, even amusement parks all use advanced mudjacking. 35 plus years of lifting, sinking concrete from Longmont to Castle Rock. Advanced mudjacking. 303-424-9441. AdvancedMudjackingInc.com.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney that I hope you never need. But so many times right now, with the way the weather is, people go out for a bubbly after work. They do cookouts on the weekends, and they do stupid things. They might miscalculate. They may not be stone cold drunks, just miscalculation. But here's the deal. You need an attorney. Joe Lazzara can get you through the system, both the criminal and the motor vehicle. Plus, of course, Joe is the only one that I know that does business this way. What he does is he takes your case on a flat rate basis after a free consultation. That's Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, Joe Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. You can find him at referralist.com. That's Joseph A. Lazzara. Now, Sheridan Auto Tech. What is Sheridan Auto Tech? It is an auto repair and maintenance facility, and you're going to love them. Why? I'll tell you why. Because they do it the right way. They will do honesty, integrity, value, convenience, and they do electrical issues. They do pre-buy inspections on used cars, and all you have to do is go see them on Colfax west of Wadsworth. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
The energy crisis of the 70s? A lot of people panicked. We came up with a solution. A best way to insulate your house, save you money, and increase your comfort. A best way to perform energy assessments. And the best way to help our customers qualify for Excel and other utility rebates. 48 years later, a lot has changed. A lot of competition has come and gone. Some things haven't. We're still saving our customers money. Call 303-469-0808. Visit bestwayinsulation.com.
When you go to GiveMeTheVIN.com, we treat you like a customer, not a number. We pay the most, we pay fast, and we take care of you because you're our customer. And that's why our reviews are awesome.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it will be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company I, Buck Sexton, trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text SECURE to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation and
crap on a cracker. Well, I potted Mark up and I forgot. See, and it takes me a minute, too, to remember the difference between Tom being home and Tom being here, which buttons I push. Sorry.
I thought someone put a hidden cam in an old folks' home when I turned on YouTube.
Well, now I feel bad that YouTube missed the glory hole joke about you and Tom, but all right. Maybe
I know.
Maybe later.
How did that happen?
Get American Restoration to come out and patch that up.
Yeah.
Fucking bastards.
They should put one of those defibrillators in that room.
They have one in the building somewhere.
around the corner.
I told Daryl Luby not to do it. I said, we're the wrong people. We don't help save each other's lives. We record on each other, dying, and then put it on the air and try to win an
Where
award.
is Daryl Luby?
Home right now. Here we go, coming back.
khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices, drinking water, all you can drink at the kitchen sink, filtered, reverse osmosis, 1,400 fully installed. Waterpros.net. Ben, what's going on? I believe Mark forwarded me this email. He read it. Isn't this the one you sent to me, Mark? This is about Titan Solar.
Yeah, they went out of business.
Wow. And, we were predicting that these were bad people from the beginning.
They lied to us. Remember, they said they were going to come on air and just give us a day to look at it and blah, blah, blah.
Well, hold on. That was another company, too, a local, I don't know if this...
I'm pretty sure Titan said that as well.
Okay, so anyway, what do we do now? And I wanted to get Brooke on from Red Rocks Roof and Solar, but her plane was delayed. She was supposed to be here today. So, Ben, tell your story, though, because this is pretty outrageous. Tell your story. You're up. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks, Tom. This is kind of a cautionary tale, too. Titan Solar had a representative call me. I was interested in solar about 3 years ago, and they made me believe it was the best thing since sliced bread, and they're partially
well, solar done right can be very good for you. So you did this 3 years ago?
3 years ago, yes. But it took a year to actually get a contractor to upgrade my electrical panel. I had a 120 kilowatt panel, and they needed to upgrade it to a lot higher than that for solar. And Titan was taking care of all that. They had a contractor who was supposed to show up. They never showed up. And a year after that, they finally got a contractor to upgrade the panel, and I was able to turn it on basically same day. And it's actually worked pretty well since. And then I get this email from Solar Edge, who does the monitoring, saying Titan Solar closed their doors, and we'd like to take over the warranty on the equipment, but not the labor. So
now the original warranty was for labor.
The original warranty was for panels and labor.
Okay, and the new company says we'll take it over, but only for material, only for the product.
That's correct.
And the reason the reason they'll do that, and by the way, anyone can do that. That's why, but they won't do the labor, because the labor is the thing that costs them. They're going to get reimbursed from the company.
Absolutely.
What components do you have? What components do you have?
Oh, I've got the inverter. I've got the panels.
But no, what's the name of the company?
Solar Edge.
And Solar Edge is good for how long on the warranty?
20 years.
So that's good. Solar Edge will probably stand behind that equipment.
Yeah, I just have to pay for the labor. My question is, what do I do with the loan if the company's out of business? Who am I paying all this money to?
The loan's not through Titan.
Right. The loan, these people loaned you the money. The stuff's on your roof. You can't just stop paying it.
No, I can't. And it's actually serviced by a company called Good Leap.
Yeah, but I understand that. And that is a legit company. What I'm asking you is this. If the materials were paid for with a loan and the materials are on your roof, and they're functioning, why do you feel that you can? That's like saying, I bought a car, I went to my bank, and I got a loan, and the manufacturer of the car went out of business. Do I still have to pay off my car loan?
Yeah, no, and I understand that. And I fully expected to have to pay off this loan for the next, 20 years or so. I was just wondering if there was any recourse or anything. I didn't think there was.
There's not a recourse against the lender once the system is activated. If the system never got activated or they walked away from the job, you do have some recourse against...
I don't know if he would in this scenario, though. But
no, because it's activated. It's done.
No.
Yeah,
I'm saying when the company goes out of business, they can't. I mean, the credit union or whoever it is doesn't even have recourse. The bank.
But had it not been, I'll bet you this, Mark, had they gone out of business and not done one lick of work, I think he would have had a right to cancel that loan, and they would have had, with the solar business. Yeah. I remember Brooke telling me that.
Oh, by far, I agree with you.
Yeah.
They have to get it going. Yeah.
So since it was activated, Ben, the only downside, the only loss you now have is possible labor on a warranty repair. But really, solar doesn't need a lot of warranty work. And if it's a result of damage from storms, your insurance is going to cover that. So I don't see a lot of exposure for you, especially if the system is working. And by the way, is it working?
It is working, and it's working well in the summertime. In the wintertime, of course, sun goes in and out. Everybody knows that. With snow and stuff like that.
Do you have battery backups, or do you have a way to store when the sun's out in the winter?
Unfortunately, when I had the panels installed, battery backup was not an option, at least not through Titan.
How long ago did you have it done?
3 years.
Okay. You're lucky it was done. Hold on a second, though. There's a comment.
Yeah,
Adam, you have a comment for Ben or for us? Go ahead.
Yeah, I used your referral list, and I got the same Titan panels through Mark Shermansky.
Right.
Yep, and that's where Titan came in, is he was the one installing all them panels.
Well, he wasn't the one. He wasn't the only one. There were a ton of people installing them.
Yep, and I got the same email that they're going out of business, and we got to find someone else to warranty it.
Right, because Titan Titan was more of the actual, the fulfiller of the contract. And then there were different sales organizations, like you said, Mark, and there were a ton of different companies.
Well, here's what it says about it. Titan managed the installations while the dealers focused on sales.
Right.
Correct.
And here's something I read that's, I never put this together. One of the reasons these solar companies are falling off the earth very quickly is interest rates, because they have to float when grants come in and when tax credits come in, if they're going to be the ones that getting the tax credits. And when interest rates went so high, that demand for cash flow each month got crushed, and a lot of them just couldn't stay in business. And they're saying that was part of the issue with Titan.
And
one of the largest in the country, by the way.
Now, Mark, the one that you were one of the ones you were talking about, though, Mark, and Ben, like I said, if you do need service, though, I would definitely call Red Rocks Roof and Solar.
Well, we've got two on our referral list that both will work on any system.
And ProBidEnergy.com. ProBid Energy is a good company as well. And so ProBidEnergy.com. Okay, that's one. They do the sales, the service, the installation, and the warranty work. Now, Red Rocks Roof and Solar is RedRocksRS.com. Both good companies. Now, Mark, that problem that you were talking about, I looked up.
Real quick, listen to this one, too. This is from a website called Solar Insure that just talks about the industry. What the other nail in the coffin was, they're talking about the disconnect between sales promises and installation realities really strained Titan's resources, because they would hope these other companies are doing their part, but the salespeople would be out there, promising everything in the world, and that simply wasn't the way it is. It's the same thing we've been preaching forever. You want a solar company that does its own sales, its own service, its own warranties. It's its own company, not someone that's one cog in the entire wheel.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And by the way, the one you were talking about earlier, Mark, I looked it up. It was Valor Roofing locally, but they were selling a company called One Solar. So One Solar did the installations. Valor Roofing did the sales. They both suck. They both left these consumers high and dry. And I just want to put out a warning about Valor Roofing and Construction, and also about One Solar. They're a bad company.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
North of downtown, watch out for some construction slowing. I-25 northbound between 88th Avenue overpass.
I know. It's keeping me awake. It's a rarity.
Good connection, sounding good. Of course it does. Calm down, Becky. How are you enjoying your new home, California? You know, I like it in the area we are in now. I like it a lot. Sure. No, I never moved here. Get immersed in new worlds and ideas. I'll tell you what was nice. Have you ever been up to the Oregon Coast? No, you know, I've done a bunch of games in Eugene and Corvallis, but never made it to the coast.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. Now, just like I said about Joe Lazara, criminal defense, I'm going to say the same thing about John Fuller. I hope you never need him. It means you've been injured. But I will tell you this. If you are in an accident, you have been injured, I want you to, of course, take care of yourself. But one of the first calls to make is John Fuller. That's right. No matter what, just to find out what you should do so you don't sit on your rights, so you don't abandon your rights, and so you don't say something stupid to the other side, and that you preserve your rights. John Fuller will talk to you free of charge, and you will talk to him. He talks to each and every client before onboarding, unlike these big firms that have these call centers and these intake counselors. You can talk to John when you feel comfortable. If you hire him, he works on a percentage fee basis, and you'll always have access to him, including, and I mean this, his personal cell phone that you can call or text at any time. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
On-air calls. We don't do off-air calls. So in order to get any sort of help or assistance, you'd have to go on air with Tom.
Not trigger, or was it delayed?
Okay. What's your name?
Hey, JR from the road.
I don't know.
Are we up,
it didn't
Shannon?
work. Can you hear me in there?
They got to have their headphones
Tom,
on.
can you hear us?
Is it Camel or Kamala?
Camel toe.
Mark's asking if you can hear.
I'm not asking him shit.
Camel toe.
I'm here
hairless.
now. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Just no idea. No idea what causes a delay in this system.
Oh, okay.
No idea. None.
I thought it was Mark.
Could be.
No.
Well, he is in California, his new favorite state.
I know.
Yep.
He says he's seen a lot of Trump flags out there, honest to God.
No, in the area he's in, yeah.
Weird.
It's all red, man. This entire area is red.
That's weird.
What's
So is
this-
Orange County.
A little.
Mark,
oh, no,
what's this-
not a little. Orange County's.
Is it still? Is it?
Yeah, when I
Okay.
was there, yeah.
I'll worry about it.
What's this Tractor Supply thing that JR keeps talking about?
Oh, that's interesting shit.
sort
They
of.
got rid of all their mandated bullshit. That's what happened.
They
They
did
basically
drop
tried
it.
to pull a target.
Do you have your headphones on
Tractor
there?
Supply getting their asses handed to them by American consumers.
They got Bud Lighted because
Yeah,
they had
Bud Lighted and targeted.
Yep, they had pretty serious DEI stuff going on, and they were caving to a lot of multicolored flag stuff. And
They mandated every male that was a checker in their store wore a dress.
well, they didn't go that far. Although some of those sundresses they sell look quite comfortable.
You know what's funny? The one thing, Tractor, what's it called? Tractor, whatever
Supply,
the fuck.
Tractor Supply.
Tractor Supply does not sell.
Huh.
Tractors.
Hey, Mark, do you remember I had a guy that worked for me that wore a skirt?
Not that one guy that.
No.
No, I swear to God.
Oh, Dan.
A pleated skirt.
Dan Lopez.
No.
He did. Lopez would come in wearing one of those, you know, with the bagpipes and shit.
Oh, so a kilt.
Yeah, but that's what the other guy wore, too,
Well,
a kilt.
I've cut the
Dave.
crotch out of my shorts and called it a
My
kilt
IT
before.
guy, Dave, Mark, years ago.
Oh, wait a minute. Rumble?
Yep.
You know what? Now that you say that, I think I remember that.
It was black.
Not even Ed wore a skirt. Just shocking.
God.
Love Ed.
Who?
Ed.
And
I
who?
want to see
The actual
I wanna
gay
see
guy
our
that ran
deputies
the
wear
board.
that shit.
I don't remember him.
You remember he was part of the layoffs here, and he went and became a towel boy at a local
I remember
bathhouse.
Suzanne and I really liked Ed, actually.
Oh, loved Ed. He was
He got married at
fantastic.
Daphne's house, Tom.
Oh, that right. Yeah, we went to his wedding. Yes.
What was the cake? A couple of eclairs shooting cream on each other?
Suzanne just said she cried when you got canned.
I like Ed, yeah.
I could have done without the naked bowling stories from Ed, though.
Oh, wait. He got canned. You mean fired. Okay.
No, that's not what I said.
I cried
You
when
know,
he got
Shannon,
canned.
sometimes you're extremely sharp, other times you're not.
When you say he got canned, he probably cried too the first time. And everybody thinks, because I joke about I'm a homophobe, but you know, that Dylan McVeigh, if he wants to, you know, I'd let him, whatever. I'd tell my kids about that. That'd be, have him autograph something.
Hey, Mark, I was out flying the other day, and Dak and I flew over your house. That was really nice of you to let all those Venezuelans use your home.
Oh, crap. That's good.
17 tents set up.
Here we go.
Talk Station 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, listen, 888heating.com for accurate, honest assessments of your AC in this heat or any issue with plumbing and electric as well. That's 888heating.com. We know Garrett very well. You can depend on him. Now, and his company. Now, listen, Randy, I'm going to go to Edgar's been waiting, but Randy has a quick comment on this pipe situation. In Shelley's apartment, there's a wall between her closet and her laundry room. Inside the wall, a pipe broke. It caused damage downstairs. The management company hired one of their own companies one of their subsidiaries to fix everything and paid them in full without a detailed invoice. And now they expect Shelley to pony up the money for these repairs. And our guy said, listen, she's not necessarily liable. Each one has their own liability insurance, and they should leave it at that. What did you want to say, Randy?
Yes, I work in the fire alarm trade, and so I'm in these buildings when they're being built. And I would say 90% of the time, they create the condo building with exact floor plans stacked on top of each other. And they do vertical pipe runs that service all three floors, all three sets of bathrooms or kitchens are all done so that there's single vertical drops coming down. It's very rare.
You know what? You're right about that, Randy. It seems weird that there would be one home run pipe feeding her condo.
They rarely do that. She would know, obviously, if she has a water meter dedicated to her unit.
That's a very good point. And how would they? And so how the hell do they just pick one section of that pipe and say it's her problem?
Right, because it could be feeding the third floor, too, if she's got a condo above her. And therefore, it is a public or a common run for the building.
Exactly.
We just need to ask her if she gets a water bill based on metering, or is it the exact same amount every month or something?
Exactly. And then if she doesn't, and it is done like a lot of these condos do square footage, they have one meter for the building, and they dole out the fees.
Okay, we're gonna find that out, Randy. Thank you so much. I love my listeners. I tell you, they're smart people, even though Mark's not. Edgar, what's going on?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, my whole deal was with a fender bender that I had. So
okay, let's talk about it. What happened, Edgar?
So I was pulling into a parking lot, and you have the storefronts on one side, and then parking spots on in front of the storefronts and across the parking lot of the storefront. So I'm pulling into the parking lot, and it is a pretty tight space. So I went past my parking spot where I was going to intend to park and back into my parking spot. As I'm backing up into my parking spot, I noticed another car backing out, and it wasn't stopping. So I was about halfway through parking, and then I got pretty much, it would be like I got T-boned.
You mean the other car did not even look in their rearview mirror or their camera?
Obviously not. No, they didn't. So at that point, we kind of got out. You know, we got out, and she just said, you know what, I didn't see you there. So, you know, I went ahead and got all her information. She apologized. Said she never had been in an accident before and whatnot. So
was this an older person?
It wasn't. She was in her probably, I don't know, late 30s, early 40s.
Okay, so then what?
So after that, you know, we exchanged information. Well, really didn't really exchange information. She apologized because she said she didn't see nobody in the rear.
But you did get her insurance and all that, right?
I did. So here's where I'm the reason why I'm calling you, because her insurance, I contacted her insurance. I also contacted my insurance, and they said that they felt that I was also at fault. So they only want to pay me 80% of the damage.
You know what? I was going to say, now listen, here, let me explain this to you real quick. But you got to hold on, because this is a really important discussion, and it's going to happen more and more. So just hang on. I'll come right back to you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
The water's paid by the HOA.
What's that?
The water is paid by the HOA for Shelley.
That is a common fucking pipe.
Yeah. I just texted her.
They're never going to be able to go after her. Well, they'll try. The problem is sometimes these bastards won't go after her. They'll just put a lien, and then she's going to have to fight it.
Denver, welcome on board. Now, Turkish Airlines connects Denver to the world. My God, is that loud? Details at TurkishAirlines.com.
The problem with Turkish Airlines is all the livestock on board. It sucks. All right, I'm on.
Didn't stop. Sorry. 10:08. So it comes from TPN, Total Traffic Network.
Think health when you think your carpets, because your carpets are the biggest air filter in your home. And people have a lot of chemicals and all kinds of crap in their carpets, allergens, everything from outside under our shoes, pathogens. And here's the bottom line. There's only one way to get all of that out with zero residue, and that is ZeroResDenver.com. The only carpet company I'll have after I learned how they do business, because they use purified, super softened water. That's a water that can absorb and wash away all of that crap and not leave anything behind. So you have not only carpets that feel great and look great, they use less water. It will zero-resify your carpets, and you can do it throughout your home, tile and grout, upholstery, mattresses, just about any surface. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Hey, Sheridan Auto Tech, if you need any kind of used car checkout before you buy it, they do it for just over $100, man. It's a wonderful deal. Plus, you can take your car, whether it's new or used, to Sheridan Auto Tech for regular maintenance and repairs, heavy and light maintenance, whatever it is, they do it honestly, effectively, and with value. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Yay.
5 minutes. Yeah, I'm being serious. That's when the break starts. I'll show everybody this place. Wait till you see the fog. It's cool as hell.
Still foggy at this hour?
Well, you got to remember, here it's, it's like 5 a.m. or something.
Uh-huh.
That's why we're still in our PJs. And wait till you see my PJs.
Thanks for putting something on, I guess.
Suzanne prefers. See, the place we're at now is an all-nude RV place.
They're the best.
What are you laughing at? Mark's talking about.
Even the dogs took off their clothes.
All nude RV.
Welcome to Clothing Optional Llama Encounters of Northern California.
Real quick and outside. Let me make the bed, she says.
Before you show the place? Come on.
Well, the inside will be just a second. I'm going to show the outside.
I mean, hide the handcuffs, but otherwise.
Move the handcuffs.
Like hearing her laugh. Joe Biden says if Joe's all in, I'm all in.
Well, hails to the yeah.
He doesn't know what he's in. I think that Morning Joe interview is a little sketchy. Why does he sound so fired up finally when we can't
Oh,
see
my
him?
God. I've got to tell you guys this.
Huh.
True story. The place we were at, I think I sent Tom
Joe
a
Biden,
picture.
She's like,
who was next to us.
Step aside.
They kept their dog in a bucket next to their RV all the time on a leash. It was so depressing. It was crazy.
She just doesn't want to pay for daycare.
Why, in a bucket?
In a bucket. I'll send you a picture of it.
All right.
I know you don't like dogs, so you'll be like,
Well-
every dog should be in a bucket.
No, I don't. I mean, no, they're okay. I just don't need them.
A bucket, and not even a nice bucket.
I was going to say, how nice was the bucket?
It killed Nixon. Not to Kennedy. It helped Kennedy. Yeah, that's what you mean.
Okay, here we go.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, the company you want. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices fully disclosed. A great company for your doors. Every need. Openers, panels, hinges, hinge bolts. And as I said, their prices are on the website. When it comes to garage doors, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, so we have Edgar with this accident, and what he is experiencing is something called comparative negligence. Now, here's what insurance companies started doing a few years ago. They started going into an accident saying, well, yeah, our insured is responsible for most of it or some of it, but you're also comparatively negligent for some of it. Therefore, they make offers 60%, 70%, 80%. And here's the deal. Can you get around it? Well, in most cases, I believe comparative negligence is a sham. When you were describing your case to me, and you may not like me for this, Edgar, but it's not like I'm going to call the company and tell them this. I do believe there's some comparative negligence. When you see a car pulling out and you think, well, they're not stopping or whatever, did you beep your horn loudly? Did you try to get out of there? Did you do anything to mitigate the circumstances? That's why they're saying you're 20% liable. 20% is a pretty small amount. Now, if you don't like that and you truly believe that you had no negligence in this whatsoever, you don't have to accept what they're offering. You can simply put in, you can simply refuse it and sue the other driver for your damages. And most likely, how much in damage do you have?
Right now it's just under. I mean, I haven't took it to a body shop or anything, but from the pictures that I submitted through the other person's insurance. It's under $1,000.
Oh my goodness! That the entire damage is under 1,000 on your door.
Yeah, well, it's the door, and it's basically in between both doors. That's where it suffered. I mean, most of the damage is on the door, but I don't know if the frame's bent, so I really haven't taken it in.
Wait. The frame wouldn't be bent on a slow speed. I mean, she was just backing out. She wasn't jamming it, was she?
I mean, when she impacted me, I mean, she still kind of pushed it a little bit. So that's kind of where I feel that I wasn't at fault. I mean, I backed up. I seen her backing up. I mean, I stopped, and she just kept going.
Did you lay on the horn?
You know what? I pushed on my steering wheel. I could not hit the buttons on. I couldn't. It happened so quick, you know.
Well, that's good for being honest. Listen, here's the deal. You may want to take her to court for all. First of all, you need to get this loss estimated. I don't know of any damage that would be under $1,000. None. I can think of not one thing that can happen on your car unless no paint is involved and it's in the center of your door panel where a paintless dent repair can fix it. Is it creased or is paint damaged?
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
there's nothing under $1,000. Who told you that?
That was the other insurance.
Well, don't believe her insurance company. First, go and get it estimated for real. And then take her to small claims court directly if it's under $7,500, which it should be. You don't have to accept it or negotiate a better settlement. Although I do think you're probably partially liable. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO.
All right, man.
All right, I'm going to do a quick video here.
Nice.
Kelly in there? What's that? Kelly in there? She's quiet.
I'm Malcolm Gladwell, an all-new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia.
Vastages, all of
them. Medal of Honor.
Hey, Shan. Sir, can I say bargain bastage on the air?
Pit boss. It's a smoker. Zip it. How you doing? Over here. Come on. Get up there.
I think he's running for president.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to hit sound, folks. It's up.
Are we back
I
now?
got to say this, Tom. Did you ever think 20 years ago I could go live across the damn planet on any cell phone in a matter of 5 seconds? Isn't it nuts?
I know it. It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh,
I
now
think
I'm
20
hearing
years ago I was still thinking with my loins.
There's no way it doesn't still come up in conversation.
My loins?
Yeah. Oh, look what's come up.
Now, who is this woman?
Who the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I'm looking at the news.
I think she's the woman that got in a shouting match
here
with
you go.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, during the hearing.
And MTG comes back with, how can you even see through those
did.
fake eyelashes? Okie dokie. Let's make magic.
30 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome. How are you doing? By the way, Renew Home Innovations will do a beautiful shower for you from that old, ugly, you know what I call them? Shubs. Think about that. Shower tub, shubs. You know, the kind you step over, the ones in hotel rooms that you have these shower curtains or doors and you have them at your house, right? Get rid of them. In 2 or 3 days, Renew Home Innovations will put in a beautiful stone system wall with no maintenance, glass panels, no thresholds, perimeter drains, benches, grab bars, whatever you want. And if you're running for president, you can even use them with walkers and wheelchairs. You don't even have to stumble over anything. Renew Home Innovations, 72 months to pay with no interest. We have to have just a little more respect there, Shannon, when I mention the president.
Yes, sir.
The president of this here United States. George, by the way, after George, we have open lines for the first time this morning, so get your calls in. And, hey, George, what's happening?
Hello, Tom.
What's going on, man?
Oh, I've got a vehicle that I got from a neighbor across the street.
You bought it from your neighbor?
Pardon?
Did you say you bought a vehicle from your neighbor?
Well, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Okay, I've given her like $4,000. She did send me the title.
Now, when you say you gave her $4,000, do you have any kind of a written agreement here?
No, just all verbal.
And you just gave her $4,000?
Well, because she was in Hawaii, okay? She called me up and wanted to borrow $500 because she didn't have any money.
Okay.
Okay? And then she said, okay, I'll sell you the car. So she said, can you send me $1,000? So I sent her $1,000. She calls back, I need another $1,000.
Uh-oh.
And so I give her, okay, I got about $4,000 into it.
Now, hold on a second.
Is she a drug addict?
Well,
I
no.
mean, why is she asking for money constantly?
And are you
I don't
sure,
get it.
first of all, are you sure it's her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what happened now? Go ahead. So she is in Hawaii. She requested money up front, right?
Right. So I didn't want to give her more than 20% down.
And how much is this car worth?
Well, she says I can have it for 15, and I think it goes for like 25.
Really?
But
what
she
kind
gave
of car,
you the
wait,
title,
what kind
so
of
what
car
happened?
is it?
It's a 2016 Lexus RX 350.
Oh, that's not bad for that price.
Yeah,
So-
it's only got 20,000 miles on it.
Okay, so she requested money up front on a $15,000 purchase. Okay, and you've paid $4,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your question?
Okay, she did send me the title.
Oh, good.
Okay, well, that's the bad part.
Uh-oh.
Where she signed it, part of her signature went in the odometer reading square,
Yeah.
and motor vehicle won't accept it because the only thing that can be in there is just the odometer reading, nothing else.
Oh, come on.
Well,
Are you? So what do they? Wait. So what is their solution?
their solution
You get a
is
duplicate
for-
title.
Correct.
And?
Well, she doesn't have an ID to get a duplicate title through the state of Colorado. So I sent her 5 copies to make me a power of attorney. So all she has to do is sign it, have it notarized, and send it back to me. But since she doesn't have an ID, she can't do it.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if there's a lawyer I can get it involved in this, or
The lawyer's not going to help.
Okay.
I mean, you can spend money on a lawyer. What I mean is this. What would you want to do with a lawyer that you can't do on your own? Like if you want to sue her, that's different. You want to get your money back.
Right.
Well, that's different. Is she is she refusing to give your money back?
I've asked for it and no response, and I can't even get in touch with her anymore.
You're
We
screwed.
call, we text her, all that stuff, and there's no response.
So she will not give you a power of attorney. But even with the power of attorney, you're representing her. That doesn't mean she still needs an ID.
Right.
Why doesn't she have an ID?
Well, I guess she got a DUI, why wrecked a car and all this stuff.
How long has she been in Hawaii?
I think since 2021.
So this car has been sitting, out there?
Well, it was in her garage across the street from me.
Do you have the car right now?
It's been in my garage since last October.
Oh, my God. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I get she lost her license because of the DUI, but I mean, does she physically have it as an ID?
No, she doesn't have no ID at all.
Man, if she was in Colorado, you could go down to DMV and get a card.
Yeah, but she would still need something to get the card.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have a birth certificate. She doesn't have a passport. She doesn't have anything.
Well, she does have a passport, but it expired.
God almighty.
I mean, when she sold the house across the street from me, that's the only thing that saved her. It was expired, but the
Wait a minute.
was still
So
good for
she
6 months.
actually sold the house and no longer lives there.
Correct. That's why she hasn't been asking for any more money.
You could have put a lien on that before this all happened.
Hey, go back to the title real quick. What's in that box? What does it have instead of the odometer reading?
No, it has the odometer. Does it have the odometer too?
Yeah, I wrote that in.
But what else is in there?
Did you try, for the hell of
in
it,
that box.
for the hell of it, did you try going to another DMV and just not
That's what I was gonna
just
say.
ignore it?
I did, but the first time we went in there, my wife gave the person her ID, so they flagged her. You know what I mean?
They flagged who?
They flagged my wife.
Why?
Because we were trying to get the title.
What do you mean they flagged her?
Well, they put it
When
in
they
their
looked at-
system that if we didn't get another title, it was on record that she was trying to.
I would guess when they pull up that VIN, Tom, when they pull up the VIN from that, someone flagged in there that the title's no good.
Right. Exactly.
And the only way to get a duplicate title is to get this woman to get an ID, then to apply for it, then to send it to you.
Correct.
Yeah, and easily enough, she's in Hawaii.
What's that?
Yeah, she's in Hawaii.
Right.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, I don't know how an attorney's going to help you.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, that's okay.
I mean, you could like, you have to sue her, and I don't know. Can you sue her here? Is she She's not even a resident here anymore, is she?
No.
Can you argue the transaction was done here? I don't know. You want to go on
Yeah, but
vacation?
She's still got to have an ID.
No, but he can get his $4,000 back.
I highly doubt this woman has any money.
She just sold her house.
Yeah, the house was paid for when she sold it.
Got it.
Do you know what it sold for?
She owns the house in Hawaii also.
What does she do for work?
Well, she used to be in insurance, but she hasn't worked in, I don't know, probably 8 years.
Well, what's up
Even if you went to Hawaii, the problem would still be she needs to come back to Colorado to get a duplicate title.
Mark, not if he just wants his money back. He doesn't care.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, he just wants his $4,000 to say, man.
Well, I'd rather have the car. My wife really wants the car.
Then you need to get an attorney in Hawaii, and you can do a telephonic appearance. They allow those now. So you need to hire an attorney. What part of Hawaii is she in?
Kauai.
So you need to find an attorney there to sue her, literally sue her, and compel her, tell him the story, or tell her the story, and compel this woman to cooperate to get you a title.
Okay, I can give that a shot.
I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to. And if she goes to court out there, she's got money. If she owns a house out there and she sold the house here, she's got money. So she's not going to want to waste money with an attorney.
Okay, look what I just found something. You can request a duplicate title by mail with completed Department of Revenue form DR 2539A.
So you're saying you should just do it and turn it in?
Well, that's really all it says, man, and it's basically the same thing. I need to get a duplicate title in Colorado, but I moved to another state. Is there any way to do it besides going there? And they're saying this DR 2539A.
Yeah,
and it says it's online. Listen, it's not even by snail mail. You go to dmv.colorado.gov and just search for DR 2539A and see what it is, man. I mean, I don't know how it would work, but it's something.
Okay.
Given that number, did you get the form number?
Yeah, I've looked that up before.
Yeah, and why didn't you do it?
Well, there's a few forms that you can do, and one of them takes anywhere from 3 weeks to 6 months to get the title.
Well, guess what? You've been sitting.
How long do you think a lawsuit against you is going to take you?
It's been sitting there more than 9 months, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So do it. I mean, why not? Do it. At least you got something going on here. I would do that. I would go and fill that out. And I'll tell you what I would do, but I want everyone to plug their ears. I would just forge the damn thing, and I would, I don't care what anyone says because there's no criminal intent whatsoever. I don't care what they would say because there's no harm, no foul. No one except Trump would be prosecuted for it. So I would say, what are you going to do? You paid her, and you're going to, and you don't mind paying the rest. Although, man, I'll tell you what. The woman's crazy.
She did say, go ahead and sign my name.
What's that? Oh, she did?
At one point, she did say that.
Well, man, why don't you just go ahead and take care of the damn thing and just send...
I'm looking at this form.
What, Mark?
I'd fill this form out. I'm looking at this form. I would do exactly what Tom's alluding to. I would... You can fill all this out. You send in a check with $8.20. You can even put a different shipping address. You're going to have to sign it just like she did on the title you have. If you can't do it, I'm sure you can find a 18-year-old or a 15-year-old that can
the title
copy a
he
signature.
has was already signed.
No, I'm saying you look at her signature on that, and you're going to sign this form.
Okay. So why don't you do it and let us know how it goes? We got more coming right up.
Call us.
Hey, it's Michael Brown. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to discover how you can safely make 50 to 80% returns on your investments annually. Join my friend Barry Miller as he shares how Vestera Turnkey will produce and protect your growing net worth. Saturday mornings at 8 right here on KHOW.
Hey, if you're told you need a new AC, maybe you need whatever when it comes to your home, a new drain, a new sewer line, and you want an honest second opinion free of charge, go to Fix It 24/7. I've known these people for many, many years. Free second opinions, no call charge even. If you say, look, someone recommended I do this, and I want to get a second opinion, and Martino says you do it free. 720-526-3939, fixmyhome.com. You know, right now there are a lot of roofers out there knocking on doors telling you have to sign something for them to inspect your roof. And they say there's no charge, but you just sign here, we'll inspect your roof. What you've really done is signed a contract. There's even penalties if you don't go through. So when a roofer knocks at your door, say, no, thank you, I'm not shopping at the door. Unless it's Excel Roofing, because they won't require a signature. They won't require a penny. They won't require any obligation. They will do all of the inspection and write up a complete contract with materials and prices for your insurance company. And all of that's free of charge without a penny. In fact, if you hire excelroofing.com, they also will do the entire job without a penny. No one else does it. Why do you think I endorse excelroofing.com, EXCEL as in excellent, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Two words you don't often see together, Discount Bath. You know, baths can be very expensive, but what I like about Discount Bath, they don't price just to price. They say, you know what? We want to keep our crews busy, and we want to do quality bathrooms at good prices, because even a modest profit is better than no profit. So why don't you give us a call, and we'll go through each and every element of your major bath remodel or a minor bath remodel, a half bath or a full bath or in-between bath. And they do tear out and haul away free. Why don't you call them, get your price, discountbath.com, 720-979-2322.
Do you remember the energy crisis?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Cars in Hawaii should all have pretty low
Can you
mileage.
actually hear a difference?
They're not in Hawaii. The car's here.
No, but I mean, if you're looking for used cars, some car that was
Hey, Chopper,
always
that's
in
why
Hawaii.
Chopper,
Then I would.
that's why the times I've been there, I didn't mind paying $6 for gas. It's like, man, that's going to last me 2 weeks. That's good. I got it. Where am I going? Huh. Now you're quieter.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, he was talking to
Mark, now you got quiet for some reason.
Oh, how's that?
Nope. Why are you still low?
You can't hear me.
Yeah, you're low.
Okay, hold on.
What the fuck is a $24 order? I never ordered a...
Well, if you're getting an email with something like that, don't click on the link.
No, this is a legit link from Apple.
Oh, okay. Well...
You got me,
I mean,
Shannon?
it's from...
Yeah, you're back.
Do you hear a difference?
There could be. I can't tell on the Q speaker. It'll be better on the air.
It's from myspecialapple.org.
You were a lot louder now, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, hopefully that's a little better. I want
Well,
to hear
hopefully so.
Oh, yeah. Well, now don't overdo it.
Now.
Did you know you're not Roach?
Now. Here comes your Colorado Avalanche.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This train is going to Terminal B.
But, I'll try. We don't.
You are delaying the departure of this train.
Yes, get your ass in the cab, motherfucker. Oh.
I love me some Alan Roach. He and I, we've had some fun in the past. I saw something happen to him in a hot tub once that we still talk about.
Susanna and I met a guy that sounded just like him.
Well, he does have a brother that does the Timberwolves.
Tell me if this changes something. Did that change anything?
I can't tell on the Q speaker.
Oh, you suck.
I know that.
Dragon could do it.
Well, he's not here right now.
Oh, yeah, check it out. We're directly next to a nuclear power plant.
Awesome. You guys
What
already
I
have
said.
kids, so go nuts,
Suzanne
man.
tried to get in there. They turned her away.
She needs to have a hajib on. Oh, crap. Here we come.
Station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Bob, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, Bob? What's happening?
Okay, Tom, so...
Oh, hold on. This is, Bob, you're giving me a follow-up on a case. This is Bob from LEM Landscaping, right?
Yes, sir.
And what are you following up on?
The gentleman called last week from the Springs about his mom getting ripped off by
Yeah.
two companies building the wall. So I went and met him yesterday. The wall was completely built illegally and wrong. The concrete's done wrong. The whole project was wrong. So I gave him a price, and this is kind of important. The whole project, he originally was given a price, his mom was given a price of $15. I said, what did you think? He said, well, I thought it'd be closer to $30. I said, that's your first clue. This project is at least $25 to do correctly. I gave him my pricing. It was about $20,000 plus the material he needs. I wrote him a letter. The credit card company, because of my letter, we're pretty sure is going to refund the money that she's out. And so just to let you know.
All right, what was the name of that company? I want to warn people about it.
Well, wait a minute. He came on air. You can probably get Kelly to bring him on.
What was his first? What was his first name, Bob?
It was Mark.
I just need his first name, bro. I don't need his last name. Okay.
No, I think it's Brad or Mark. He has two first names as his name. I think it's Brad Mark or Mark Brad.
I'm pretty sure this is the one, tell me if I'm right, Bob, where the lady actually got screwed by three different people.
Well, yeah, it actually is three different people, but they're part of the same company that screwed them the first time.
When did this guy first call us?
I would have said last week sometime, I think. I just don't have his folder with me because I left it at home because I gave him all the information he needed.
I get it. I'm just looking for the call. Anyway, what's good news is he contested it on his credit card. So he had made those payments on his credit card.
His credit, she gave him a deposit on the credit card, and so that's what we're going to get back because they still owe him $8,000. I said, do not pay that $8,000. These people have suddenly disappeared. He found out that they were something in another county where they got their license revoked. Now they're not responding to him at all. Once he told them that he found somebody that was going to come out and look at it, and the city matched everything I said. He went to them. They said everything I told him was correct. It's built wrong, blah, blah, blah. Now these people are ghosting him. They're not asking for the rest of the money.
Wow. Well.
So the other thing I want to say, because you kind of say this sometimes, when a price sounds too good to be true, get another price because that job is half the cost of what it should have cost. But his mom did not understand it. That's how they got her, and that's the kind of people I'm ended up helping. They're getting.
You're right.
Kids.
You're right. They end up trying to go on the cheap. They end up wasting money and having to do it the right way and it costs them more than it would have in the beginning if they just got it done right.
Right, because now he's going to spend $6,000 plus all the dump fees to get it ripped out to redo it. When it would have been a roughly $18,000 to $20,000 job if I would have done it the first time, anyways.
Well, the other thing though is if they didn't pay up front, they wouldn't be in this situation.
That's right. That's exactly.
Well, but you guys have to understand. Tom knows. I've been doing this 45 years. I've never had that problem Because we
Bob,
don't take
Bob,
that
we're
as a
not
deal,
saying,
you know.
Bob, listen, I'm serious. I'm not saying you would do this. I made a very direct statement. If they did not pay those people up front, they wouldn't be in this situation. You can't argue that.
Yeah, that you're right. Thank God, like I said, their credit card company just wanted a letter from somebody very reputable. So, Tom, I actually said that you could even verify us on Martino. But I'm pretty sure they're going to get that money back now. That's
I
all
hope
wanted
they
was
do.
the letter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will. And then he's already talked to me. I'm pretty sure he's going to have me do it. So if he does, I'll buy you guys lunch.
Now, what is the name of that contractor again?
It was some weird name. I'll be honest with you. I can't even remember. I couldn't even pronounce it.
I can't even find it. Yeah, I know. I remember the call. I just can't find it.
No, you were out. You were out, bro.
Yeah, I know. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 'cause he talked to Mark because he really liked
Okay.
Mark,
Okay.
And like I said, he came on air and swore up and down, this is before Bob went out, that the wall was done properly, there was no problems. Then, he sent pictures. Bob looked at the pictures, and it's cylinder blocks, man. I mean, it's like a 10-year-old job.
Yeah, and here's the thing, because I want to make sure people know that. Cinder blocks are made for walls. They're not retaining walls. If you look it up, it'll tell you they have more chance of breaking in the middle because they're not retaining wall blocks. The other thing this guy did is he poured a footer on the outside of the wall, raised the grade to try to hide the height of the wall so it wouldn't be illegal. That's how bad he did this job.
As you said, people try to do it on the cheap, and they end up spending more money in the long run. It's really terrible. Bob, thank you very much. LEM Landscaping. You can find him on referralist.com, and we have more.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Some brief slowdowns near the downtown area. I-25 northbound, we've got a stall on the off-ramp to Santa Fe. We're seeing some stop-and-go traffic as a result back from University Boulevard. I-25 southbound, some usual brief congestion spots between 38th and, Colfax. North of there, I-70 westbound, some stop-and-go between Colorado Boulevard and York. Through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, your usual slow driving between Northfield and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's going to be warm the next few days. High 89 this afternoon, overnight low of 58. Partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, high 92. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Spectacular savings are happening now at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. You can get a Sleepy's Queen mattress for just $89.99, the lowest price ever. Upgrade, save, and celebrate before it's too late. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store only while supplies last. Restrictions apply.
The best investment I ever made, or one of them in my home, is the QC whole house fan. That's quiet, cool. And let me tell you why. I use that thing all the time, and it's a fraction of the cost of air conditioning. Now, my air conditioning still comes on in extreme conditions, but it only works maybe at most 30% of the time. I'm serious. It's unbelievable. So I leave this on, and what it does is evens out the temps in my home. It expels the extreme hot from the top, pulls up cooler air from the bottom, and it keeps your house even and level with fresh air. Now, having done that, you set your air conditioner, and then you save money. It's that easy. They can come and do it in 1 or 2 hours, fully installed, and you get a lifetime of savings. And I love the way they do it. They're in there, and like I said, and out of there with remote controls, so there is never a problem, ever, with wiring in the walls. 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419, QCcolorado.com.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles.
Put up a picture of a dog in a bucket, and you think it's funny at first, but this dog is on a leash in a bucket, and that's how it always is.
I couldn't go make the deal.
All right.
Well, you have insurance money.
It's become a long story. I'm using.
I could have
detail that
dogs
give me
in
more
a
money.
bucket.
What did they offer?
That's
First
what I
thing-
wanted to do.
Well, that's
First thing that
impossible.
I
You have a
want to
trade
do.
quote.
They.
If
all got
I
tied
could
up,
spend
what I'm saying,
time
during
in
the-
a bottle.
Actually, I was
How much did they offer
liquored
you on a
up,
trade?
liquored up with some friends one night, and I started singing, "If I could shave mimes in a brothel, first thing that I'd like to do." And a
I
friend of
wonder
mine goes,
why,
"Stop right there! What? That was perfect. Stop right there. That's very funny."
Yeah, that's Weird
Don't say
Al
what
shit.
you'd like to do.
Was that truck that was wrecked paid off?
Yeah, it's the
La,
ridge
la,
line
la.
that I drive. That you see me in.
Oh, the Honda?
Yeah.
That's like an Avalanche.
Yeah, the Avalanche has.
Oh, come on now.
More
So,
power.
That big Escalade. What?
It's a dog in a bucket.
Oh man, come on.
No, most of them are SUVs.
So is it really decked out in the inside? It's beautiful.
It looked great, but they sold it.
Sorry to
Was
see
it
they're
used?
talking about
Yes.
Biden's possible
Yeah, because they haven't
Parkinson's.
paid him since
And not to be horribly
Yeah.
crude, I
Oh, they
would
don't
like
make
to.
those
I'd
either.
like to date a woman who has Parkinson's.
Oh God.
They
What?
stopped making anything that
That's
sells.
insane.
It's amazing what GM
It
does.
is.
I swear to God, they take the most popular cars and discontinue them. They're fucking stupid.
I wish they'd go back to that Avalanche. Just like, well,
Here's a dog in a
that
bucket.
EV looks.
You putting it up now?
There's a EV truck
Yeah.
that looks like the Avalanche.
What is it called?
It's a Chevy. EV
He
truck.
even looks depressed,
Yeah.
man.
One of these guys on YouTube told me that.
And it's a cheap bucket.
Chevy makes an EV.
They
truck.
keep them in that bucket outside overnight.
I'll try to find it.
I'm just going to look for it. It's a pickup truck.
Yeah. JR, if you're listening, what's the EV pickup truck that looks like an Avalanche?
It's a
Honda.
It is a
No, not a
Silverado EV RST.
Yeah. Look at that doggy.
Is the dog still up?
It's beautiful.
You guys
90s.
aren't looking at his dog, are you?
I
You
see
ca-
the dog.
You can't see YouTube.
You see it?
Ah, that's funny.
Well, sort
I
of
know.
funny. Tell the story, Mark.
Wait,
Well,
that's not his
Tom.
dog. That's not Mark's dog.
No, that dog was next to us, and it's always in the bucket.
That's funny.
It's
not funny.
I don't think it's funny. I think it's pretty fucked up.
Well, it doesn't have to stay in there. It's not locked in there.
Well, it's either on the hot concrete or it's in the bucket. It's on a leash.
He likes the bucket.
Well, that's what the owner said when I asked. Says the dog loves the bucket.
Okay, it could be cooler in there.
It's like a parakeet.
How do you?
Well, it was 100. It was 115 out that day.
How do you?
That dog's
pay
on your
100
bucket
grand for
list.
this fucking truck? $100,000 for this truck.
I told Suzanne we're going to buy a bucket for Dima.
Get a bucket for Suze. Looks comfortable. You know, hey, listen, you know what's going on in some of those other RVs. I mean, come on.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you something I've noticed.
What do you mean?
Hang on.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We have open lines for the first time this morning. We've been talking about problems, questions, and complaints, and I just want to gloat a little here because Dan Kaplis, I love Dan, and he does a great show, and then Marc Mager, he was saying the same thing. They could almost guarantee that Biden will not be the candidate, will not be running again, and eventually he's going to drop out or be replaced. But just today, they had a closed-door meeting, and these guys come out more energized than ever behind him 100%. 100%. What do you say, Mark?
I've asked you this numerous times. Where you get your news is crazy because
Well,
I
guys,
just hit
it's
the
all
three
over.
main sites,
So
and
you're
there's
telling
nothing
me
like
I'm not
that.
getting accurate news, Mark?
Shock poll, Kamala beats Trump, Hillary beats Trump, Carville, Biden can't win.
Mark, I'm not saying, I don't deny any of that. Here's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you that he's the worst candidate they could have. What I'm saying is he's not dropping out.
Right here, Fox News, right now, Biden tunes out critics with jam-packed schedule. Where is this news that they're all behind him is what I'm talking about.
Didn't they have that closed-door meeting this morning? It was on.
And none of them like him. So I'm asking you, where are you getting your news?
They came out.
Who is they?
See, in CNN, they said they came out and they reaffirmed their support for Biden. I was watching the headline right here in the studio. By the way, do you believe that Alec Baldwin...
This is the headline from CNN. Hold on. Many Democrats say conclusion drawn from the House Democratic Caucus meeting, followed by Senate Democrats gathering, will likely seal his fate.
Yeah, seal it as a candidate. What do you guys think? Anyway, listen, have you seen the new EV truck from Chevy, the EV truck that looks like an Avalanche? Looks pretty damn cool.
I have not. Hey, I wanted to ask you something, though, real quick, man.
What's that?
It's not political, but during if people go to YouTube and just go back a couple minutes on our live stream, they'll see a picture of a dog in a bucket. And this dog was next to us for 2 or 3 days, 110, 115 degree temperatures. Now, during the day when it was super hot, it was in, but it was out all night. It's not like it was barking, but it's literally a dog in a bucket. And when people see it, oh, that's cute. But if you look, it was on a leash the entire time, so it had all of 4 feet. It was either on the concrete or in the bucket. And I asked the owner, because finally I'm like, at first when I saw it, Tom, just like you, I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's cute. But then when the dog never left the bucket, I asked the neighbor. I finally said, hey, that is something weird, a dog in a bucket. I've never seen that. And the guy was like this. He goes, the dog loves a bucket. And I'm thinking, that dog spends the entire night outside in that bucket, barely ever gets out of the bucket unless to get a little water. I don't know. What do you think, man? Do you think that's animal cruelty or
no,
what?
But the dog is not trapped in the bucket. By the way, it's a big blue bucket, and it's not like a regular little bucket. But anyway, the dog can easily jump out of that bucket, right?
It can jump out, and there's a little bowl of water next to it, but it's on that leash. It's got 4 or 5 feet. If you had the difference between the hot concrete or the blue bucket, and honestly, to me, that's like a little bucket. I know it's not a mop bucket, but the more I looked at this dog after 2 or 3 days, I started going, I mean, should you call animal cruelty? I mean, this is crazy. They keep this dog in a bucket.
I don't. He doesn't look unhappy to me.
But if people go to YouTube, go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network, and just go back a little on the live feed, and you'll see the dog in the bucket, and tell me what you think.
How much is that dog in the bucket?
Oh, that's just
it was
a
pretty
cheap shot.
stupid. We're not even dignifying that. But anyway, here's the deal. I think that the dog has a choice, and the dog is sitting in there by choice. That's what I'm thinking.
It is sitting in the bucket by choice, but its only other choice. Well, look at it. You see the leash on it.
Well,
I mean,
the other
it's
choice
on a
would be on the
4-foot
ground,
leash.
right?
Yeah, the other is on the hot cement.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Why doesn't he have a dog? I wonder if somebody tossed him a dog bed if he'd lay on that instead.
See, that I don't know, but the owner said the dog has always, I'm putting it back up, the dog has always loved the bucket. The dog sleeps in the bucket. He just hangs out in the bucket. Why would a dog always wouldn't a dog rather be in the air conditioning? I mean, wouldn't a dog rather be anywhere but a bucket?
It's a weird one. That when I saw it, it looked kind of cute, and I didn't think anything wrong about it,
When Suzanne first pointed it out, it's right out of our kitchen window. When she first pointed it out, I thought it was the damnedest thing, like the dog just hopped in there like a cat would, and it was a one-time thing. But then I started realizing over 2 or 3 days, the dog never leaves that bucket except to get to water.
Okay, so if you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. We have all kinds of things to talk about. We do have some follow-ups as well. But I think some of the things we're learning over recent calls, okay, and this seems to be, I'm going to give you some trends that I believe happen every year this time. And we alluded to it in the last call, and it has to do with landscaping, okay? Here's the problem I've always said with the landscape business. Landscape business starts in about late March, okay? Maybe April. And then it goes, really it can go through October and part of November. But no one wants it at the end of the season. Everyone wants things sooner. Everyone wants things to enjoy during the growth season and the display season and the watering season. Not many people want you to start a project in October, finish it, and then have winter come and not enjoy it until the next year. So here's what happens. A lot of the good landscapers fill up. It's that easy. They fill up their schedules. So a lot of the bad landscapers that have openings and cheap prices get filled up too. And those people are desperate. I'm talking about homeowners who are desperate to get a landscaper at a reasonable price, will take the gamble. Well, they don't even think they're taking a gamble. They pay up front. It's a cheap price. And I'm not even saying these bad landscapers are necessarily intentionally ripping anyone off. But they don't know what they're doing. And they come out and do a lousy job. And just know this. This is the most fleeting feeling in the world. Once you have paid a deadbeat, whether it be a landscaper, a contractor, somebody who told you they were going to sell you a car, a roofer, how about an investment advisor or I'm serious, or some kind of invest. Mark, once you pay a deadbeat, I don't care whether they had the intent to rip you off or not, you're never getting your money back. They can have all the best intentions in the world. You're never going to get money back. Years ago, my mother was very sick and dying, and I remember doing this $50,000 investment years ago. And it was a guy who worked with me at Fox 31. I forget his name now.
I know this story.
So he got a lot of TV people to invest money on supposedly this airline that was coming to town. I mean, he had all the paperwork and everything, and it was not a public offering at the time.
No, wasn't it a donut place?
Wait. I thought it was.
Nope, it was a Krispy Kreme right before they came to town.
That could have been that. You're right. The airline was something else, and that wasn't a ripoff. It just never happened. But on this particular donut thing, I remember somebody saying, you know what was weird is that he went to my bank and cashed the check an hour after I wrote it. It seemed weird that he didn't like put it with someone, but it was cashed immediately. So he was going up to Central City. His name is Scott something, I forget. Anyway, he was going up to Central City gambling the money away.
It's unbelievable.
And there were some notable people, by the way, that invested because he was in TV, and there were some anchor women and some other people, not anyone that I know personally, but I'm just saying, and I was one of them. And here's what happened. The guy ripped everyone off. And I knew, how do you ever get money back from a total deadbeat that can never make enough money to pay everyone back, ever? So the courts, he was indicted, by the way. He was indicted, and he was guilty, okay, and did a plea arrangement to pay people back. Do you know, up until last year, and every now and then, a check shows up for $5 or $6 a month. Maybe,
yeah, I get one of those too.
Maybe $10. I mean, can you imagine, making a $50,000 investment, or this person who made an investment in that wall that we talked about, or people making investments? You'll never get paid. That's why you have to guard yourself from these ripoffs, even if they don't have criminal intent, because you're never going to get your money back. Do you know how many people right now are in a position who have paid people money with trust and will never get it back? It's just something you got to prevent, because you're never going to recover.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
I remember you talking about that.
If they'd make that Silverado in a normal truck, I'd buy it. You wanted an EV.
Why wouldn't you buy an EV? I didn't read about it.
Box 31, pinpoint weather. It's going to be warm the next few days, high 89 this afternoon.
See, I think JR said it only comes in white and black.
Yeah.
Maybe I am when I talk to you. You're feeding audio from there, right? No, it's on Switchblade.
Spectacular savings are happening now at Mattress Firm's July 4th. You can get a Sleepy's Queen mattress for just $89.99, the lowest price ever. Upgrade, save, and celebrate before it's too late. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store only while supplies last. Restrictions apply.
Fix It 24/7. I can't say enough about them. You will get a free second opinion if someone tells you you need anything wrong with your plumbing, your AC, your drains, whatever you need. If someone tries to talk you into a new one, get a free second opinion. There's nothing to lose and everything to gain, and you do it through fixmyhome.com. That's Fix It 24/7. Fixmyhome.com. ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroRes is a carpet cleaning place that I will have at my home. The only one that I'll have at my home. Because here's why. They use purified, softened water. It's the best cleaning agent in nature to wash away pathogens, allergens, dust, debris, grease, grime. Yes, plain water, no soap, no emulsifiers. This is science, and it works. But it does better than that. Not only do your carpets look clean, they feel clean, and they use less water because they don't need to saturate your carpets. And the indoor air quality and indoor health of your home is better off for it. It gets rid of all the crap you've accumulated over the years. You will feel a clean you've never felt before. They call it being zero-resified. ZeroResDenver.com. Hey, I love products that work. I love people that do work honestly. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis is now doing an honest mold inspection and mitigation service. That means that if you have a problem with mold in your home, or you think you do, you can call Genesis, and they'll come out and give you an honest assessment. They also do home improvements and all exterior parts of your home. Window, siding, stucco, decks, painting, roofing, soffits, fascia. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Yay.
Silverado? I think they said they had them at Ozarks. YouTube's buffering.
The price ranges are everything from $68,000 to $100,000.
Hey, who thinks Alec Baldwin's going to go to jail?
I'd love that very much.
Me too, man.
And, not even for the other crazy stuff that he does or says, but just recently in a thing he said, I didn't pull the trigger.
No, he's been saying that from day one. It's like, oh, the gun just fired. And he also said, I didn't aim it at her.
Well, you know what he's doing? In his head, he's blaming the character. That it wasn't him, the actor. I swear that's what he's doing. And I bet he could pass a lie detector test doing that.
Maybe, but can you imagine a jury looking at him going, you didn't point it, nor did you pull the trigger, but the gun was in your hand, right?
Well, certainly as a producer, he should be held liable, but that
Oh,
is-
hell yeah, man. It was up to him to make sure everything was safe.
He is as unhinged as any door I've ever walked through. God damn.
Only clean in the car wash.
A psycho.
He makes Charlie Sheen look normal.
And who did he tweet at? I ought to just ask my phone here. Hang on. Come on, turn on. Alec Baldwin tweeting, what's it like to kill someone? I wonder how it must feel to wrongfully kill someone. Baldwin's tweet reads, along with a link to a Los Angeles Times report about a video of a police shooting. How about that? He sends that out in 2017, and then not too many years later, a few years later. Hello? That didn't age well, you.
Yeah, but you're forgetting. He didn't point the gun, nor did he pull the trigger.
Right. He just created an environment in which someone was likely to be murdered. That's nice. What a nice man. Now, of course, I still think he's funny. Oh, my God, sweaty balls. Sweaty balls.
Sweaty.
Still one of the greatest things ever filmed. Those comedians doing... Oh, God, here we come. Coming back.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark, what's going on with you? Hello, Mark.
Hello, let me get you off Bluetooth.
Sure, what's happening?
Well, I got a problem with come on now.
Yes? Uh-oh.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. You sound great now.
I don't know. I'm hoping, I don't know if you guys can help me out or if there's anything you can tell me to do. I live down in Pagosa, and I took my boat to San Juan Marine. It's in Aztec, New Mexico, because that's the closest place. It's the only place around here. They've had it since December.
Now,
December,
why did you? Why did you take your boat in?
Well, it had a trim problem. It needed to be reprogrammed because it wouldn't trim up under power. So they had to reprogram the trim.
Okay.
So,
and where is Aztec? Where is Aztec located?
Next to Farmington. Outside of Farmington.
Okay.
Just outside of Colorado, in the Four Corners area.
Yeah.
And so I got in there. They said I got to wait for all their winterizations to get done, and then they could start on it.
And when did you drop it
waited a
off?
month. I dropped it off late November, early December last year.
Okay, got it.
And so I waited a month or so. The guy calls me, says, oh, yeah, we'll get it in, take a look at it. Wait another month. Okay, he tells me, you need a pump. This thing's not put together right. And I was like, okay.
Wait, let's continue this. Hold on, man, and I'll come right back to you, I promise. We'll talk about his boat, what's going on with it, what we can do about it. He wants to know about small claims. I'm Tom Martino. We got a lot more happening. 303-713-TALK.
Very nice.
What timing?
What timing?
What timing?
Possibly an attorney. Definitely a Mark in California. Absolutely.
Got to have my
yeah.
time meals. Well, just because of that.
Is my stuff in
Sega, man. I tried to eat his.
Is it working, the pill?
It's slowing down. I don't know. I'm going to change.
You don't want the shot, right?
No, I'm going to change.
Does the guy you go to do the shots?
They will, but I'm thinking I'm going to go to the
Yeah. It's
Regenerate.
real easy to do.
How did you learn so much about nutrition? You were like an expert yesterday.
Well, because
telling that person.
I just study the motherfucking stuff all the time.
I mean, you knew about what plastic and.
It's just a passion, like helping them. Really is. Just because I want to be healthy.
ABC Selena Wynn says it caps more than a week of public and private talks over the president's ability to win re-election.
Not a single Senate Democrat has come out publicly and said that President Biden should end his campaign. We've had a handful of them in the House that have, but on the Senate side, this is just private concerns so far that have been aired. So far, the floodgates have not opened.
President Biden playing host later today at the NATO summit being held in Washington, D.C. Meetings already underway. The White House says the alliance is focused on giving new support to Ukraine. Flooding continues in Texas after Beryl hit as a Category 1 hurricane yesterday and pushed inland. At least 7 are confirmed dead. Remnants of
God, it's amazing. I'm on this Biden mailing list. The fucking begging they do is second to none. I mean second to none. Those sons of bitches.
You mean getting all their emails and stuff wanting donations? And...
In New York City, Harvey Weinstein back in court today as prosecutors push to retry his sexual assault case. Earlier this year, an appeals court vacated his 2020 rape conviction, saying jurors were allowed to see too much irrelevant evidence. Also in New York, after nearly 2 months of testimony...
They must be hitting the independents because I got my first one from Trump and I've never got one before.
Oh, really?
No, I am.
Letter. I am too. And but I got my first letter yesterday from Trump.
Oh my God.
It's not carded.
Oh. Howdy.
Hi.
What's up?
It's yours now. You touched it last.
We started out good with that.
I finally came through and got me a red
Sure
shirt.
did. We pretty much full.
How cute.
First and halfway through the season.
News time, 12:03. Protesters took over the Aurora City Council meeting last night after
That's
the
huge.
council refused to apologize
What
for
is
the
it?
shooting death of an unarmed
That's a
man.
small.
37-year-old Kai Lynn Lewis was shot and killed.
YouTube just keeps on buffering.
Oh.
After serving a warrant for
Seems to be.
homicide, he pulled something from his pocket and was shot.
Oh.
Turned out he was holding a
Their Wi-Fi or something.
Could be.
Strong.
On last night's Aurora City Council agenda was a resolution to apologize to Lewis's family, but the council voted to remove the apology from the agenda. After some back and forth with supporters of Lewis, the council went into recess and then took a portion of the meeting virtual. Governor Polis declaring a disaster in Weld County. That's where a bird flu outbreak was detected last week at a commercial egg facility, forcing nearly 2 million chickens to be put down. The move frees up state resources to help farmers with response and recovery efforts. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Bridge heavy delays for folks heading north into downtown as
It's not getting cold in here, is it?
It's the same temperature, but first, well, up until now, I'd been fine. 2 more hours to go.
Usual stop and go between I-70 and Baghdad. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. We're seeing a warming trend through the week with a high of 89 this afternoon. Overnight low 58. Partly cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 92. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. Your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 6:30 KHOW.
Spectacular savings are happening now at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. You can get a Sleepy's Queen mattress for just $89.99, the lowest price ever. Upgrade, save, and celebrate before it's too late. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store only while supplies last. Restrictions apply. Getting quality.
Yeah, I haven't been in here with Tom. It's been quite a while.
On Tuesdays, yeah. I was here I was a Friday with them once, and that's all.
Oh, yeah, because Kevin and Jeff were in.
It was kind of like my, I think, second day here. And Susan
Yeah,
said, come on in or something.
Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You have our word book feature right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.
Well, I guess we didn't have a guest, or he didn't have a guest because he missed your
10 seconds here, guys.
Yeah.
Mark, Tom is not. Oh, never mind.
Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here, and I welcome you to the show. I like saying the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making life a little easier. And we have a lot to talk about, as always, because our consumer life is really important. Now, did that guy go away, or is he still here? Mark was talking about a problem. He took his boat to Aztec Marine. There he is. Let me get my earpiece on here. All right, so you took your boat to Aztec Marine in the Four Corners area in December 2023. Now, Let me ask you something about the boat. What is the boat? Tell me about the boat.
It's a 2006 Ranger 620.
Okay. Now, you were having problems with it.
It wouldn't trim up under power. You know, you couldn't use the trim option under power. It trim up at idle.
Okay. So what happened then?
The service manager finally got to it and called me back and said, and this has been over a month, you need a pump. You're missing a pump that you need.
But the pump has nothing to do. Pump has nothing to do with trim.
Right, and it was an extra, so it was extra work. And he said it would be $2,500 for the pump and to install it.
Okay,
said,
but
okay,
did they tell you how much? Did they tell you anything about the trim problem?
That was only going to be an hour's labor. $150.
Okay, so so he needed. So what happened then?
It's been okay. So he ordered. He said, "Okay, I'll order the parts." So
did you pay anything so far?
Nothing.
So it doesn't sound like they're trying to. Well, I'm not. It sounds more like incompetence than it is.
Well, they've gone through. This is the third service writer, and it keeps starting over from the beginning, over and over. My question is, can I sue for loss of use?
Not in small claims court.
Nope.
Okay.
You know, you can sue. You can sue for loss of use, but it's doubtful unless they were negligent. You here. Let me explain about consequential damages, which is loss of use, loss of vacation, pain and suffering, emotional distress, whatever it is. There's all kinds. Hotel rooms, whatever. In order to collect, first and foremost, They must be not just doing it or not doing it, but they must be negligent. You see, not just liable. Liability is you take on something to repair it, you're liable to repair it or to attempt to repair it. But negligence is where you purposely or you're negligently drop the ball. So that's a really big burden of proof. I know you're saying I didn't get to use my boat, but you have to remember something. You have to make the case, listen to this, not only that they were negligent, but that you were prevented from taking it anywhere else. And if you did take it somewhere else, you would have been able to use it. It's just not even worth the trouble. It seriously isn't. So what you need to do is just try to get the damn thing fixed.
So they have worked on it. They have done some things. I'm not sure what all. I mean, they keep ordering parts, and then they tell me, oh, that was the wrong part. And they say every time I call, oh, we're waiting on a part. Their last service manager who just quit was a real nice guy, but he said, we ordered the wrong part. And so I said, okay, I've been nice. I've been going along with this crap ever since. And he said, so the last time I called him a month and a half ago, he said, it's on order and it has shipped. We expect it any day now. Called them today and they said, we're waiting on parts. And I'm like, this is BS. This is not true. So if they've done that work, can I go in there, hook to that boat and drag it out of there without any,
it's your boat. You can take it anytime you want, and they can make you pay for everything they've done thus far.
Well, but it hasn't been completed.
It doesn't matter.
Somebody else is going to have to go in there and finish what they've done.
Listen, Mark. Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but if they put new parts in there of any kind, they need to be paid for those.
Well, okay, if they've put any new parts on it, and like I said, the hour for the trim, but all the things that they disassembled, you know how hard it's going to be to get somebody else to reassemble somebody else's work?
You can go and get your boat. Then you're going to have an argument as to what is value and what is not. Again,
okay.
Why are they not putting it? If everything is done, why are they not putting it back together?
It's incompetence. Well,
I mean everything is done.
They're on their third service rider since December. That's why. No, it's not done. He just called me and told me they're still waiting on parts. The last time I talked to their last service rider, he said the parts have been shipped. We expect them any day.
Okay, now
we get this call all the time, Tom, but it's usually RVs, not boats
or cars. Now, Mark, can you verify with other boat dealers that these parts are not scarce?
I don't even have a parts list to start with.
Well, did they get the pump in, by the way?
He's got the pump, he says. He doesn't have the cables to connect it.
All right. So have you called around to other marinas at all?
No, I haven't. I mean, the only place I could call would be Denver, and they would get me in probably next January.
Oh my God! What are there any other marinas down below there?
Well, there's something in Albuquerque that's 5 hours away also.
Listen, well, I'm gonna have one of our deputies here call. Dak, why don't you, Deputy
I would
Chopper?
appreciate it.
I'm going to have him call down there during the show and just say, listen, this guy doesn't have an unreasonable request. What exactly is hanging it up? And we're not going to be accusatory, but maybe if we start probing, they'll think, oh man, this guy is like, whoa, and he's making noise, and maybe you'll get some grease being the noisy wheel. Hang on, and why don't we try that, Chopper? Just call down there and see what we can do.
Will do.
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Can you bring John Fuller up for a second? I have a question from text. John, you talk about this is you happen to be here for your spot, so I wanted to ask you this. I got a text. How important are dash cams? They're seeing more and more of them. They're thinking about buying one. So tell me about it. I mean, how important do you feel they are to have it nowadays?
Well, Tom, here's the deal. I mean, all that's got to happen after an accident is for the other person to get out and say it wasn't my fault. And then you have a disputed liability accident. The beauty of a dash cam is that no matter what the different parties say, no matter what the cop writes in the report, and believe me, they get it wrong from time to time, you have a full color 4K video of the actual crash occurring. That eliminates all of the he said, she said. That eliminates any issues about what color the light was and what green car ran through the red light before. All of these things that get in the way of accepted liability and getting insurance companies to do the right thing are out the window as soon as you have this full color video of the accident. So for less than $100, you can put a great dash cam on your dash, and you'll have that protection so that no more do you have to worry about that Yahoo that gets out swearing up and down that you're at fault for the accident and that they didn't do anything wrong.
So,
it's well worth that money.
So, John, do they continually loop over so many days, or how does it work?
Yeah, exactly. There's an SD card that is in the unit, and it continues to record over the oldest, the oldest recording. And then most of them, the coolest thing is they have a sensor, so that if you get in a crash and it senses that, this collision occurred, then they automatically bracket out and save that portion of the audio and the video so that it can't be recorded over. And so that's a really cool feature.
That's really cool.
I've actually had people, Tom, that witness an accident, pull over, pull their SD card out, and walk up and hand it to the cop and say, my, dash cam recorded this, and I've got a full color video, and here it is. So, I mean, this is great technology. I predict in 5 or 10 years, every new car that's on the road will already have them built in, and will forevermore not have to worry about, buying our own. But for right now, go out, spend the money.
Yeah.
It's such a
In
great
fact,
investment.
I think Tesla has video that you can, I don't know if you can record it, but I think my son, for example, when somebody TP'd his car, and I think he was able to go back and look at video. I don't know. Mark, I don't know. Mark, are you still there?
Yeah, they have it.
So you can look at who's looking at your car and walking around it, right?
Yeah, if you have Century mode on, and then also, I'm not sure about his, but the model I have, if something's getting ready to hit you or, an accident happens, it can basically start recording 3 seconds beforehand. I'm not sure how it does it, but it does.
Cool.
3 seconds beforehand. Okay.
So it's like it's continually recording, but not really.
Right. Or
That's
it's
a cool
continually.
feature too. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, thank you, John. I appreciate that. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Dr. Julie with Sound Relief Hearing Center. If you are suffering from tinnitus, you know that it can disrupt every aspect of your life. My team at Sound Relief has a solution.
Mark's name or number.
I work out. I know it's my aspirin. Man, I'll tell you what. I hit it hard yesterday. QCColorado.com. I've said it before. It is one of the smartest investments I made in my home, and it's all because it is a whole house fan, remote mounted in the attic. It's silent because of that, ducted to a grate, just an attractive vent in the ceiling of my upper floor. Now, what it does is constantly circulate your air to even out your temperatures. That's it, through convective currents, constantly recirculating, bringing in fresh air, and then your temperatures even out and your AC works less. It's that simple. You can use it on high speed, low speed, constantly. You're going to experiment and love every minute of it. And if you get one, call me on the show, and I'll be glad to give you some tips. They put it in an hour or two. They completely do not have to do any inside wiring. It's all remote controlled. They just tap into a light in the attic, and you're done. QCcolorado.com. Now, we just heard John Fuller. He's our go-to expert on automobile accidents and personal injury. He's myaccidentlawyer.co. And one of the things we should talk about, and I've struggled with this. Now, I have a family plan where my kids are primarily covered on one policy, on their car, but they're also covered on all cars. And I don't know the best way to do it. I go back and forth, John. Should kids have just their own policy and their own car separate and apart from you? When you go after people, what do you find?
Yeah, so I'll answer that question in just a second. Let me give you a little background for why I brought this up. I just recently had a client where their son was off to college and had borrowed dad's truck to move, and on the way back got in an accident and actually rolled down the side of an embankment and was very seriously hurt. And we didn't think anything of it. We thought, of course, the kid will be covered. He's a permissive user of his dad's truck. No problems. We'll be fine here. But in reality, the kid was absolutely not covered. And the reason why was that dad never got around to telling the insurance company that the child was a licensed driver according to the policy of the insurance that he had. And so the dad's response was, well, but he's not a resident. He lives in a dorm at college a couple hundred miles away. But if you read the fine print in the policy, they consider a kid that's temporarily away from home living in a dorm to still be a resident of the parent's home, and therefore they had breached their policy by not informing them of a licensed driver living in.
Wow.
Back to your question, the right answer is there's no great way to do this. If you get the kids a policy on their own and then you exclude them from driving your vehicles, that's one way that could potentially work. However, they can't ever drive your vehicles. I mean, that exclusion is legit. They will not be covered if you exclude them. If you have them as permissive drivers or another licensed driver in your household, then you're probably going to pay more just because of the chance that that kid could get in your car and drive down to the store or whatever they may do. So there's no great answer, but I've seen people that get separate policies for their kids and then, try to convince their own carrier that they're covered and that there's, no reason to jack their premiums up. But different carriers are going to react differently to that sort of a setup. But it is a concern. Just please don't make the mistake of saying, I'm just not going to tell the insurance company, because it could very well be your family member who ends up not being covered in the event that something really bad happens.
Okay, John, we always love your advice, and you can get that advice too. If you've had an accident free of charge, call him. And if you decide to hire him, it's no out of pocket. It's a percentage fee if he wins for you only. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law, myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500.
Get out of here.
Hi, Michelle. My name is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show regarding the information you sent us via email. We are on the air from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. each day, so you can give us a call at 303 Martino, which is 303-627-8466. And since we are a radio show, we do all on-air calls. So, again, those hours are 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thanks so much. Well,
You've gone from Batman to nose plug.
I'm a little stuffed up right now.
Yeah, you're definitely nose plug Kelly right now. Batman Kelly's gone.
I just took some more medication, so hopefully, 1, I will pass out, or 2, it'll start kind of abating here.
I still enjoy messing with either nose plug Kelly or Batman Kelly. Either or, that's a whole lot of fun.
Well, I have to eat with my medicine, otherwise, totally.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at lenovo.com, and unlock
On the kid that tried to carjack a U.S. Marshal? Hello, hello.
Hi.
Did you see that story?
What story?
A deputy U.S. Marshal shot an 18-year-old
Good.
who tried to carjack him.
Oh, even better.
In front of a Supreme Court justice's house, by the way.
Oh.
Because that's
Kid
where you
doing
go
something
carjack
stupid in
somebody.
front of the justice's house? No.
This is the one, tell me details that Turkish Airlines going on with Dragon.
All right, here we go, guys.
.com.
Hello, Tom Martino here. So I've done a little research on consequential damages as a result of broken stuff. Do people have responsibility to you for pay for damages? It goes way back. People were doing that. For example, we had people who went to a special event. In one case, it was a prize fight, a heavyweight championship fight. Many years ago, I handled this case. And they took their film, when we had film, in to be developed. And they ruined it. So therefore, the entire trip, and he said, was ruined. But he got to see it, remember. He just didn't get to record it for posterity. So what was he owed? More than the actual film? More than the actual photos? The man never was able to collect anything. He talked to attorney after attorney after attorney. And unless they did something really stupid or intentional or negligent, you really can't, well, you can try to recover, but you most likely won't. Now, there are so many cases like this. There have been people who've rented a boat or an RV. They've gone on vacation with it, a rental, and not able to use it. Now, in those cases, oddly enough, with RVs, they were reimbursed way more than just the RV because the consumer was able to show that the person who rented them, the dealer that rented them the RV, did not check out the RV or do their due diligence as they should have in between rentals. Had they checked out this one RV, they would have seen that the RV needed some service. As a result, this person who rented it did not get the benefit of using it the entire time. And in fact, it did ruin the family's vacation. So not only were they refunded the money for the RV, but they were given compensation for missed vacation and all of that. So, but it is such a battle. That's why it's always best to do your due diligence beforehand rather than trying to figure out what you can get from them. Now, there's another thing called mitigation of damages. For example, if you lose something as a result of it not working and you're on vacation, like scuba gear, and you want to sue because you weren't able to scuba dive and you went all the way there just to scuba dive, you have to show that there was no way to mitigate that. Why didn't you rent scuba gear where you were? Even though it wasn't optimal, at least you would have done some scuba diving and you wouldn't go after the scuba place here who rented it to you for all of the loss. So there is an obligation at times to do what you can to lessen your loss, to mitigate your losses. And that's a foundation of many, many, many lawsuits in the past. Did you try to mitigate your damage? Did you try to make good with what you had, or lose the least amount? One of these things happened with roofing or plate glass windows from store owners. They lose the front window at their store. Now, in a storm or in a windstorm or in vandalism, obviously they're not responsible for that damage. But if they say to themselves, the hell with this, and they go home, or they just ignore it and their store is looted, if they had the opportunity to board it up the best they could and to make it more secure, then they don't just get to collect on everything that they lost as a result of that windstorm. They have an obligation. They don't have to make it perfect, but they have an obligation to try to mitigate those losses. So when that guy called about his boat, you know what? I sense his frustration, but consequential damages are very seldom awarded. There's something else. When it comes to shipping things, I once had a guy who tried to make the argument that because he used, I think it was FedEx or one of the services, to send payment and contracts back and forth, and they were lost, he lost out on a real estate deal. Therefore, the real estate deal would have been worth X amount of dollars to him, and he lost it. That is such a stretch, because those taking on the service of delivering something never agreed with you that they're going to be liable for $1 million. Had they said, okay, this is $1 million you want me to take responsibility for, then you're going to pay accordingly. You don't just get to pay a normal rate and then claim somewhere down the road that you lost $1 million as a result of it. That goes for all kinds of claims. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. The most trusted brands in the United States for 2023 and part of 24. What do you think the number one brand? I mean, there are so many brands, it's almost impossible. But if you had to take a stab at it, could you name any of them in the top 10? Any of the most trusted brands. Now, this is based on sales, surveys, satisfaction surveys, etc. And this is put together by Morning Consult. It's a brand intelligence company that does research. Okay, what is the number one brand? If you had to take a guess, what is it? I never would have picked this.
Toyota.
Oh, let me see if you... Actually, it's not even in the top 10. I'm not saying it's bad. No. Can you just try to name anything in the top 10? Just any brand. I know it's so open, it's difficult, but name something that comes to mind.
Yamaha. Kelly's saying Amazon. Is Amazon a brand?
She's right. She found one in the top 10. I'll tell you what number it is after the break, but Amazon's in the top 10. What else would you think? Here's one that shocks me. There's only one here that shocks me.
Sony.
Sony's not in the top 10. Cheerios. Cheerios in the top 10. Cheerios cereal.
It's good for your heart.
Well, maybe, Mark. Maybe the marketing did that. He could be right on that.
They're their own brand. They're not like General Mills or Post or anything.
It says Cheerios nut. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. No, it's Cheerios cereal. Yup, it's Cheerios cereal. Yeah. So Amazon's there, Cheerios is there. We'll talk about more coming up.
Look at you with your Amazon. Smarty pants.
Ugh.
I mean, smarty pants.
I bet you Apple's probably in there too, even though I hate Apple products.
Otherwise, your standard drive throughout the Denver Metro as we close out the morning commute.
No, I'd say Microsoft.
No major complaints to DIA this morning, north of I-70.
Yeah, well, we'll see when you come back from break.
Your usual stop and go between I-70 and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. We're seeing a warming trend through the week with a high of 89 this afternoon, overnight low of 58. Partly cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 92. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark.
Spectacular savings are happening now in Mattress Firm's July 4th sale.
Google's probably up there.
Oh yeah.
$89.99, the lowest price ever. Upgrade, save, and celebrate before it's too late. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store only while supplies last. Restrictions apply.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Europlumbing means savings. You will never get water heaters cheaper or better. That's right. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, fully installed, the old one taken away and hauled away. And you can also get a 50-gallon for $14.99. Any size you want, they say they'll beat any price. They love their plumbing deals. Any plumbing repair, put them to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. 668-6844. Hey, Genesis Total Exteriors. You heard me talk about Mark Szymanski and his team. Genesis does everything on the outside of your house, from roofing, soffits, fascia, gutters, windows, doors, siding, stucco, decks, painting, and more. So it's excellent if you have storm damage and you want one source for all of that. They can fix it all. Work with your insurance company. Or you may want to do home improvements. They can convert you from ugly old vinyl to stucco. Or they can do whatever improvements you want. Okay. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
Nope, I don't care about powder outages.
The combination of regenerative medicine and traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to
Chopper was able to get a hold of someone.
I thought I might never do again.
Yeah. I remember, yes, of course. Mulligan.
Because now I understand how to keep the weight.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Plan known to man, and every single time I gain every single pound back. But SOTA has given me the tools to stay on track, and even the accountability with once monthly phone calls as I stay in maintenance. If you need to lose weight and you're tired of being on the yo-yo diet plan, just go to SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com and tell them Mandy sent you.
I'm here with Sean O'Keefe and Dan Blair, Chief Wealth Advisors at Summit Wealth Strategies and hosts of the Retirement Summit radio show and podcast. Guys, taxes can be a big hurdle for someone who wants to sell a highly appreciated asset like a small business or real estate. But you have a strategy that can be a real game changer for dealing with the capital gains. Tell us about it.
Yes, really, this strategy allows a seller to potentially defer.
Now, wait a minute. What was the, I can talk to you more about this because I'm during a break right now. And you say she's writing the basics down? Yeah, I just need bullet points, but I need to know, what was the original lawsuit to begin with?
Many owners are reluctant to explore their selling options due to the fear of taxes eating up a large portion of their life.
Disney.
But with this tax strategy, we can position the proceeds
Could be
of
one.
the sale so that your money continues to work as hard for you as you did for it. And for real estate sales, it's important to know this is not a 1031 exchange. So whether you want to use this tax strategy for the sale of a business...
You mean for lawsuits that were filed?
Other highly appreciated asset, you're still using pre-tax dollars. This can be a real game changer that opens up other financial opportunities, such as building retirement income.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to go back that far. I mean, well...
And ask us about this powerful tax strategy and allow us to get to work for you.
Before you sell, call Summit
Right.
Strategies. If you have $500,000 or more of capital gains exposure, call 720-806-8255
So are they doing retribution now, do you think? So why are they still messing with you? Yeah. Yeah. No, I got it. Hey, listen, I'm my break is over. So listen. Here's what I need you to do. Give me bullet points, but more important than that, give me your phone number so when I have questions I can call you. We have some pretty good people that have done stuff like this. All right. And nice talking to you, Colette. See ya. Okay. All right. We'll see you. Bye.
10 seconds.
Assessors.
Regrow your own natural hair during Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event. AdvancedHair.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kachina Kalori was able to identify one of the top 10 most trusted brands according to this latest survey, and Amazon is in position number 3.
We've been brainstorming back here. What about Apple,
No.
Google, or Disney?
Now, by the way, this is general brands of all categories. I'm going to break down categories, but of all categories, Cheerios is number 6. Now, I'm going to read the top 10 because there's no rhyme or reason, but now remember, these are based not just on sales, okay? It's sales per, it's not really sales. It's satisfaction, and it's positive impressions, and it is loyalty, okay? It's based on a survey by Morning Consult. Now, remember 1 year, is Mark still on? Okay. 1 year, Mark really criticized this because he said they were way off. They had some wild-ass stuff on this list. But here's what they have this year. Number 1 is Band-Aid. I am stuck on Band-Aids because Band-Aids stuck on me. Anyway, Band-Aids, right? Number 2, now I totally disagree with this one. I think they're one of the worst companies in the world. Not in the world. I'm sorry, but they're terrible. They have no accountability. They don't honor claims, and that's UPS. But it's number 2 on the top 10. Number 2, UPS. Number 3, Amazon. I can see that. I have never had a problem with Amazon. You need customer service, whatever you want. You want to return something, go and run it over with your truck and return it. I mean, it's just amazing. Number 4, I suspect, has to do with COVID. I do. I really do. Even though we're out of COVID, I think a lot of people, they were wiped off of store shelves, and a lot of people...
Toilet paper?
Lysol.
Oh.
But speaking of paper, number 5 is Kleenex. The brand Kleenex, not tissues. I mean, they are tissues, but people use them interchangeably. Okay, Cheerios is number 6. Why number 7 is a credit card, I have no idea. Visa. Number 8. Never would I believe this ever. Because I don't, and it's a bar, it's not a liquid. I've not used a soap bar. Well, can't even remember last time I used a bar of soap. But Dove soap. Dove. Not the soft stuff, but Dove. I use liquid stuff. Do you ever use a bar of soap ever? On the hand stuff I pump? Come on. Chopper, you don't use a bar of soap in the shower.
Yes, I did this morning.
You guys are old farts. You can't use a bar of soap. Use shower gel. Like I use Axe, baby, or something like that, Anyway.
Are you 14?
Anyway, that's number 8. Number 9, the Weather Channel. I swear to you. The Weather Channel. These are the most trusted brands in the United States. Number 10, FedEx. Can you believe on the top 10, there's 2 shipping companies?
Three, if you include Amazon.
Amazon's like a shipping. You're right. So what do you think about those, Mark, this year? Remember that one year you totally disputed. You said this is the most stupid. Oh, I thought I heard him. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, now let's talk about for travel and hospitality. Again, so many of these I disagree with. There's an airline on there. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hotels, 6 hotels. And they're a travel site. What airline would you think is in the top 10 for satisfaction and popularity? Trust is what they say.
My gut wants to say Southwest just because I know that they're cheap and reliable. It's pretty works.
I would have thought either Southwest or Delta.
It's probably either United or Delta.
Because you never hear bad things about Delta, but it's United. United Airlines. They're number 9. Now, the number 1 trusted brand in travel and hospitality is Holiday Inn. I don't see Holiday Inns anymore. My eyes just gloss over them. I don't think I've stayed in a Holiday Inn. Number 2, what were you going to say, Dollar?
No, I see Holiday Inns all the time.
They're nice?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. I don't doubt that. Number 2 is AAA Motor Club. Actually, it's not the motor club. It's the travel agency, AAA Travel. Number 3 is Marriott. Now, the Marriott chain, they're good. I like Hyatt personally, and Hyatt does come in here. But 4 is Hilton. 5 is TripAdvisor. I've not used that one. 6 is Hyatt. This is just for 23, 24. Number 7 is Expedia. Number 8, Best Western. Number 9, that's where United comes in. And 10, the Comfort Inn. So that's travel and hospitality. But you would be shocked around the country, around the world, where things are most popular. Like Dragon mentioned Toyota. It is the number 1 brand in Japan. And what do you think? Alipay is the number 1 in China. Alipay. Is that part of Alibaba?
Is it a phone?
Alipay. It just says Alipay. I haven't. And Toyota. PayPal. Do you know where PayPal is number 1? Why? I have no idea. Germany. In the United States, it's Band-Aids, of course. Google is number 1 in 2 countries, India and France. And Boots, it just says Boots. I think, they're Boots in the United Kingdom. In Italy, WhatsApp is the most trusted brand. And in South Korea, Samsung. Just some weird stats there. 303-713-TALK, or you can call 303-MARTINO. And by the way, you can call that on or off the air. And when we're not here, if you leave a message, we will get back to you.
Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Were you able to get a hold of the marina? The marina or the boat?
I talked to the people at the marina. They guarantee me they're calling him and taking care of it. And I says,
let's talk about that then.
You're going to hear back from me if you don't.
Yeah.
Have you ever flown into Farmington?
I think I have.
Is this with the contractor?
Very
or?
hard airport.
I've been into Telluride. I went up to what's the highest one?
Leadville.
Yep, I went into Leadville with a helicopter, not an airplane, and the helicopter all day long. And then I went into Vail, Eagle. I've been all over Colorado in my airplane, or my helicopter.
I've done most of the mountain. I used to do mountain checkouts, so I've done most of the mountain. Granby, that little airport.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place to call if you have eyes on retirement, of course, everyone
What's your name?
does. Now, the earlier the better, but most people don't even think about it until they're 45 or older. But if you were younger, they help you build a nest egg.
with a contractor,
They have
'cause it
investment
was
strategies
contracted work, right?
and growth strategies as you get older. They have safety strategies along with moderate growth. And then as you get further toward retirement, they have an eye on income. They also do other things like coordinate with you, estate planning,
All right, hang on
long-term
for me.
care coverages, and whatever you're missing. Here's what you do. You call them for a free evaluation of your life and your retirement. They'll go over what you have and what you need. It's all transparent as far as their pricing and fees because they far are outweighed by what they save you. Retirement Planning Center. Meet with them free of charge, no obligation. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. John Fuller is our personal injury expert here on the air. And you know, you've heard him talk about some of the cases he has taken to help people. And what John Fuller does is he interviews you and gives you free legal advice when you've had an accident. There's no obligation. So please feel free to call him. And then if you want to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis.
Good afternoon.
And you get
Thanks for calling
direct
the
access
Tom
to him at
Martino
all
Show.
times with his personal cell phone number. And that's no BS. He will talk to you. You can text him at any time. He has pledged to only take the number of cases that he can work personally. Of course, he has a support staff, and he's well respected
9,000.
in the personal injury field. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Really don't have that much. Really don't have that much follow-up until they call him back, and then he says he'll call me on the marina.
Yeah, but they did say they will call him.
Yeah, they're very. I mean, yeah, we could tell them that. They sounded very nice, but how many times we hear that?
Right.
Addiction, trauma, depression, and anxiety can make you feel like you're alone. We promise you're not. The Raleigh House is here for you. The team at the Raleigh House provides treatment unlike any other. They understand what you've been through, and they can help you get where you need to go. The Raleigh House provides a place where you can heal from addiction or trauma.
I wonder if the president said anything on that children's hospital that got attacked in Kyiv that's nowhere near the front lines of the war. Curious, has he said anything about that?
I haven't heard anything. It's all about this closed door meeting with the
Did I tell you
Democrats,
last week if they totally
which I find
car
rather funny.
and it's due to hail, you
Does the
still have
president even know
a
what
clean title.
Yeah.
It's not a branded title.
We talked about that. Oh, because Petty Details told me something, right?
Yeah, I think they did, and then I got that information also, but it's been confirmed.
Oh, okay.
But you can only get liability insurance, which seems, you know, if you had it fixed, you had it fixed.
Right.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
The countdown is on. iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of Team USA. Plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from the games in Paris. Do not miss a moment. Download the free iHeart app right now and follow NBC Olympics Radio to stay in the know for all things Summer Games on the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. iHeartRadio.
Weekdays 2 to 4
It's Ryan Schuling.
He's now Congressman Greg Lopez, sworn in Monday to serve out the rest of his predecessor Ken Buck's term in the U.S. House. What happens during this stretch run, and will Congress force the release of the Her tapes? Tuesday at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, for free market valuations of your home. What does that mean? You know, if you're thinking about selling, upgrading, moving across town, moving out of town, you want to know what your house will sell for. You also want to know what you'll net and what you can buy. He can do a full analysis, not just for the Denver market, but wherever you want to move. And it's free. Truly. No tricks, no gimmicks. He's been servicing people like this for years, and that's how he's gained his great reputation. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, let's talk to Gregory, who wants to talk about a contractor. Hi, Gregory. What's going on with you?
Hello, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening?
There's a lot going on, and I totally did not expect to be talking to you, to be honest with you. I just wanted to find out where
let's go. Pick my brain. What's going on, man?
All right. I need to open up my notes to make sure I have everything accurate.
But you can also just give me some general information as well, and we don't need exact details in the beginning, but go ahead.
Okay. We had a contractor come out in early October and November time frame, and we found what we were looking for, which is to get an overlay on our concrete. And
did you actually hire the contractor?
We did hire the contractor.
And who is it? Who's the contractor?
This is where I wasn't prepared. And I
Oh, it's okay. So you hired a contractor in November to do an overlay. What happened?
Basically, they were able to do the sidewalk first, which was a rip out and replace rather.
Okay.
And that was fine. That was part of the deal. And then we had plans after that to start the overlay on the concrete.
Now, when you talk about an overlay, people use that expression for different things. Is it an overlay like a coating, or is it an overlay like another lift, like 2 inches?
Well, the maximum is around 1/2 inch to 3/4. We've since had it done correctly.
Yeah, because overlays hardly ever work. When you say you had it done correctly, did they do just a thin layer like that worked?
They did. Our concrete was excellent in order to have it be accepted because it was in such good shape with no cracks. It's just it was flaking and just not really.
So what
flaking,
did they beat? Did they kind of like rough up, scuff up the surface, sand it down, grind it, and then overlay?
The first company that ran off with money did not. The second company did.
I'm very interested. Listen, I am very interested because I have not heard of many successful overlays. How long has that second company's job been complete?
That was completed last week.
Wow. Okay, so the longevity hasn't been proven, but I hope it does. Now, hold on, and we'll come back to how to go after this older company that ran off with money. I don't like hearing that at all. If you just hold for a few minutes, I'll come right back to first, out of the gate. I'm Tom Martino. You're listening to The Troubleshooter Show on 630 KHOW. Woo-hoo.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the easy medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping makes this product a 100% online process and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. Easy is personal, and at Hims, so is treatment. Just go to hims.com/radio
the results of those studies this past 3 years. We showed it just 4 months ago, and it is in line with what we have done, similar to President Obama, similar to George W. Bush. We are
This White House woman, Jesus God, she is like, does she ever get tired of bullshitting?
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. After a closed-door session, congressional Democrats now rallying behind President Biden as his party's nominee. Concerns over his debate performance contained for now after the president signaled he's not dropping out of the race. But ABC's Selena Wang says the pressure's still on.
This is a critical time. The president still has several more tests and hurdles that he needs to pass. But so far, what we've seen is helping to fuel the president's stance, which is that it's a lot of, quote, party elites that are calling him to step aside, but the voters still have his back.
Western states locked in a heat wave, now facing another day of record-breaking triple-digit temperatures. That's created more challenges for fire crews battling multiple wildfires. Jury selection in Alec Baldwin's Rust trial began today in New Mexico. The actor is charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the 2021 fatal shooting of Rust cinematographer.
He had a cold, they keep saying. His schedule abroad.
Baldwin has pleaded not guilty. This is ABC. A trail of destruction left across Texas as Hurricane Beryl made landfall Monday. At least 7 people confirmed dead as officials continue to assess the damage. ABC's Victor Opendo is in Houston with more.
In Sargent Beach, devastation. Boats, campers, roofs peeled from homes. First responders and airboats doing search and rescue. Trees crashing into homes across Houston. Nearly 3 million customers without power at one point. In Galveston, the mayor warned it could be 2 weeks before some people get their power back. Heat index in the coming days will approach 105 degrees.
Texas police are searching for the person suspected of stealing a massive number of rare baseball cards. A dealer says dozens of those cards, worth about $2 million, were stolen from a show in Dallas, including multiple rare Mickey Mantle cards. The dealer offering a $70,000 reward for the return or information leading to the return of those cards. Michelle Franzen, NBC News.
Hey sis, missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up. So I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now.
The media is changing because
Great. In that
more
case, let's get some steps in.
more programs than just Fox ask her questions now.
No, I know. It used to be just Fox. Now even
Yeah, CNN is even doing it.
the Republican convention is in 6 days.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was.
Now,
so
why
soon.
is why are the Democrats having 2 conventions? I heard.
I've only heard of one, and it's going to be in Chicago. It's going to be that the whole world's watching again. Theme.
Wait. Are? I swear to God, is the Democratic Party Listen.
Is this AI? Is this Bing?
God almighty. I fucking hate this thing. Whenever I ask, it says, if I ask anything political at all, it says I can't answer that. Time to change the subject. I swear to God, that's what it says. So now I go to GPT. I'm going to.
I was going to say, just ask dates
I
and
can
things
robocaller today.
of Democrats.
He's not holding 2 conventions. August 19th to the 22nd in Chicago.
Yep.
Why did I think they're having 2 goddamn conventions? I just don't understand that.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Maybe you heard about a caucus that was going to happen beforehand.
Okay, so it's August 19th. So they got to get rid of them
for.
Do you realize that they get rid of him in August at the convention? That leaves hardly any time for a new candidate. Michelle Obama could beat Trump.
Oh yeah, I think that's a given.
But why would she want to do it?
I was telling him, you've heard about letting Biden run with Obama as the VP, the male Obama.
The male Obama?
As the VP, then Biden resigns.
Can that happen?
Yeah, because he's not elected. And he can take over. That's been hitting the news stations too. Talk.
If they can't dump Kamala Harris.
You're big porky.
See, they got so many
problems.
Yes, they do. I mean,
she keeps talking about that one fucking night over and over and over and over.
He had that jet lag that lasted 11 days.
What's that?
Big Lou, he's just as messed
Jet lag lasted 11 days. That's
12 days.
Have you ever seen the bedroom he has in Air Force One? Yeah, you don't have jet lag. You just go lay down.
Yeah. I hear he sleeps most of the day anyway. He has appointments from 11 to 4.
Oh, really? I don't know.
That's what people are saying. Look, I know how I feel at my age. I can't even fucking imagine at 81 being president and keeping his schedule. I mean, anybody would be fucking exhausted.
Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What is going on and how can we help you? This hour brought to you by Dan McKenzie for estate planning. If you need a will, a trust, or any combination thereof, or you want to get together an estate plan, Dan McKenzie, he is available and he's a great guy. We've known him for a few years now, Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. And here's the number, 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS, or the website, coplans.co. Gregory wants to talk about this. Now, where we left off is he hired a contractor in November to do concrete overlay and some replacement. The first company ran off with money and did not do the job or did not do it correctly. Which one is it?
They did not do the job. And Tom, I just wanted to let you know I've connected to my wife. She's also on the line, Teresa.
Good.
She was the front line in dealing with Al.
Now, are you the first company that took off with the money? They did absolutely no work at all, because that can turn into a criminal complaint.
They did they did the sidewalk, which just was the rip out and replace.
Right. And how much?
And then
how much was the whole job supposed to be?
Hi, Tom. It's Teresa.
Hi.
The entire project was supposed to be $12,756.
Okay, now just the first company, how much did you pay them in full so far? The first company only.
Yes. So we paid them out of pocket. Let's see. Hold on here. Let me just quickly. Times 3 would be $9,567.
Okay, so about $9,500. Now, here's the deal.
Right.
So they did part of the work and took off,
Basically, yes.
Okay.
And there was a lot of communication going on for a
Why?
few months.
And what is the contractor's name?
So the name of the company that he supposedly owns is Custom Design Concrete, and his name is Alfred, or goes by Al Cervantes. Cervantes.
Okay, so Cervantes does part of the job and then walks off the job. Now, can you, for argument's sake here, just to help you, because I know you're going to ask about what to do about this, the part that how much value did you get for the 9,500?
I believe what he took from us and owes us is 3,189 or 3,400.
So you feel you got about $6,000 worth of work.
Exactly.
Okay. And what does he say about this, or can you not find him?
We've been communicating by text messages, but then it finally ceased. He doesn't reply at all anymore. He is denying. Well, basically, he just continued to say he was going to come out, and do the job. Never did. And he was going to have this done for us by December, and we were finally fed up because we had no patio furniture in our back. Everything was just a disaster. He had tried to put an overlay, and it turned out. I mean, I have pictures. It's horrible. It was
Wait a
horrible.
minute. So whoa. So when you said he did the replacement and took off, he really didn't. He attempted to do the overlay.
Like maybe not even a fourth of the overlay.
Okay, I got it. Do you think he realized he was over his head and took off, or do you think it was his intention to rip you off?
No, yeah. Well, I think both, actually, if I were to be really honest.
He said he was sick in December.
He gave us, I'm sorry if anybody ever lies about this, but he said that he had stage 4 liver cancer, and we gave him lots of space.
Do you think he's lying? Do you think he's lying?
At this point, yes.
Okay, now, next question. What did the second company do? Is everything cool right now with the second company?
Yes.
How much did you pay them to? How much did you pay them to complete the job?
Greg, do you remember off the top of your head? I would have to look. Hold on. I believe
around $6,000.
Okay, so the numbers work out basically. Basically, this guy was in over his head. He took off, but under the Contractors Trust Act, he's not allowed to be paid ahead and keep the money. It's a slam dunk to get the money back in small claims court to get a judgment, but then he may not have a dime to go after. What do you know about this Cervantes?
He said that he was short at one point and needed an advanced payment in December to pay his employees that he hadn't paid for a while, and that's when Teresa was nice enough.
No, I get it, but what do you know about him now? Is he still working?
I believe so. Because he's actually told me that. In several occasions, that he said he was going to a job and that, he's got me on the schedule. He was going to, be over in a couple of days. And then it went from one lie to the next to the next. So, yes, I do believe he is working.
Okay.
The last conversation, Tom, was he said he needed new material that helps it bond better. And I asked for the name of the company that he was checking with on this bonding material. He said it would be available July 19th. And I said, can I please get the name of that? This was via text. He never returns calls.
All right, so
can I please get the company name?
All right, we're gonna get somebody. We're gonna get somebody to try to go after him. But here's the deal. Remember, it's only as good as this guy. I mean, if the guy's a total schlock, I'm not sure there's much you can do. But I also suggest that you try, just to get it of record, to get a letter from this new contractor and maybe go after the other guy for the $3,500 or whatever, and do it. Just go after him in small claims court, show what was done, show what you paid, and show what he owes. He's not going to show up. You'll probably get a judgment. But I want to tell you something. That's not entirely useless. Even with a deadbeat, let me explain something. If you get a judgment, it stays on there for many years. And you can go after accounts receivable if you find out where he's working. You can go after tools. You can go after equipment. You can go after vehicles. Unless this guy is such a cheater, he has planned for all of this.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, honestly, and that's a great way to describe it. Now, from the letter of the current contractor, does that include what they had to witness as far as his shoddy workmanship?
Well, no, here's what you need to know. You need to have valued what he did and how much you're owed. That's all you need. So in other words, you paid $9,500. And according to this new contractor, what he did was only worth this amount of money. And that's it. And maybe if he cost you money with the bad overlay that had to be removed, then you subtract that. So at the end, you have a net loss or a net gain or whatever. It's not going to be a gain. So what is your net loss after dealing with him? And that's a very reasonable way to go about it. Now, I'm also going to let Deputy Dollar give him a call. One of our people right here, we call him a nickname Deputy Dollar. We're going to have him, we're going to see if we can get a hold of this guy and maybe scare him about the Contractors Trust Act. Because when they knowingly keep funds that have not been applied to a job, it can turn criminal.
Okay.
That's what it feels like.
Now,
Very
where are you
much so.
located
And we have-
in general? Don't give me your address, but where are you located?
We live in Broomfield.
Okay. Hold on a second. Deputy Dollar, I'm going to give this to you. Let's see if we can scare him into giving them a $3,000 or so. Meanwhile, Gregory and Teresa, Dollar will also go over with you how to go online and start that small claim suit.
Okay, let me put you on hold, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
Dollar.
Doc.
Doc.
Oh, hold on, guys. All right, so I talk about investments a lot, and one of the things I want to talk about is something for everyone, a safe conservative investment that Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, touts and he uses, and many other people have used this vehicle. And it's basically this. It's an investment grade whole life policy that you pay over funding on purpose, meaning you pay more than the cost of insurance. And what you're doing is you're building up cash value that earns tax deferred, and then you can learn how to use that as tax-free income. I want you to find out more. It's a legit, conservative, safe investment. 303-779-6600, 779-6600, and it's becomethebanker.org. Now let's talk about another kind of investment in your home. It's a whole house fan. I've done it. I love it. I am living proof. I mean, I am telling you, when I put this in my home, I really wasn't expecting the results I got. The whole house fan from QCcolorado.com keeps the temps in your home kind of even because it creates convective currents pulling cool air from the bottom of your home and the hot air out through your attic. That alone makes your home comfortable and cool. But in addition to that, you can use your air conditioner, which will come on and off when needed. In combination, it will save you a ton of money on AC. I know it saved me sometimes 70, 80, 90%. You will love it qccolorado.com. Call them for a free estimate, and they'll come out and put it in just a few hours. That's qccolorado.com. And here's that number, 303-800-3419.
There's a custom design concrete listed on triple BBB with that guy's name. And
Who is?
What was it?
Who is?
The company name?
Custom design concrete.
The guy has he has a good rating?
Of A+.
Where?
Does it BBB?
Does he really? You should have tried.
No, he's got 1 out of 5. I just got a 1 out of 5, 1 stars.
Let me see if I can make it. If not, you're on your own, guys.
Okay. Custom design contract.
Yeah, Alfredo Cervante Jr. They don't give him a rating.
What's contract? Custom design contract?
Concrete and landscaping.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, he's in Longmont, which is close to Broomfield.
Yeah, right.
And here's his phone number. Are you ready?
Yeah.
720-877-6821. There is one complaint. He doesn't have a rating.
That's odd. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm looking everywhere for his rating.
everyone had a rating
That's what I thought.
on BBB.
He's been in business for 11 years. This business is not a BBB accredited, but there's no rating. I've never seen that before.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of
Fence repair, landscaping, curbing.
to the name brands at up to 95% off. And at Hims, so is treatment. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a
Stood up someone 3 times.
Okay, Gregory, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies. His name
Doesn't have a
is
rating.
Scott,
Doesn't have a
and he
rating.
will be
Oh,
calling you
NR.
about this
What
to
is
get
it?
a little bit
For
more
that
of a
concrete
deeper dive.
guy.
Oh, you said it was.
What is the best number to reach?
But that's what it always is, you know.
Oh, I see.
I'm learning from you. It's always A.
So anyway, guys, all kidding aside, if you had to turn on a mic and take
Okay,
a call, you
that's-
could do it, right?
You could get through.
I mean, really, you could
minute or
you could
two.
listen and you know shit. I mean,
Five,
I
really.
mean, if you were gone for a short period of
No,
time.
I'm just curious. I often wonder that. I mean, it's not brain surgery, right?
Right. Yeah. You could.
Until we got to the commercials.
Okay.
I don't know how you do
Perfect.
those.
All right, I will go
Yeah.
ahead and pass this
Well,
along, and
Hopefully, it wouldn't be that long.
Scott will be in touch with you soon.
We start
Okay?
talking to each other. Like any other time.
No problem.
Right.
Thank you.
Michael Brown doesn't take calls.
This
Take care.
poor fucking guy, Biden.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. Let's talk to Cameo. Cameo, what's going on?
Yes, my daughter is supposed to be receiving child support, and
Now, hold on. Does she have a court order for child support?
yes,
And it's for how many kids?
one.
Okay, go ahead, dear.
Okay, so there's just a lot of information. Long story short, my daughter's been receiving $82 a week for child support, which, I mean, let's be honest, that doesn't even begin to cover food for
Right.
everybody living in today's society. But that's besides the point. So $82 a week. last week got the same text message that. the
Does
money
it
was gonna
actually
be
read $82 a week and not per month?
Correct.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, go ahead. And it's an actual court order. And is this the biological father?
Correct.
Were they ever married?
Yes, we are technically still married. I left him over 2 years ago.
Oh, it's you. I'm
and-
talking to you. Okay, I thought you said your daughter. Or you have a daughter?
Well, yes, my daughter's a minor. She's 11.
I
so
get
the
it.
money
Okay, dear. I get it now. Go ahead, Cameo. Right.
Okay, so there's last week I got the same text message that $82 would be deposited into my account because she's a minor, and
Is it taken out of the by the child care registry, or is it done by him voluntarily sending a check?
no, he wouldn't voluntarily help anything or anybody. He owes over $100K in child support for his other children that he claims.
Oh,
he has many
God.
children.
So hold on. So does the county take it out for you, or the state?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's Arapahoe County, but
Got it.
they have been doing weird stuff to my account and.
Well,
my
what's going on?
information.
What's the problem?
So last week, I got the same text message that it would be deposited into my account, and I know it was a holiday, so it wasn't there when it was normally there. So I waited a few days. I was like, okay, it's probably because of the holiday. And then I noticed I was going to log in to make sure that everything was okay, and the piece of paper that I had my username and my password was ripped off of the bottom. So I was like, okay, well, somebody probably took that.
Now,
and
wait a
is
minute.
trying to
Ripped
take-
off the bottom of what?
So when I first got child support, they sent a letter with information on where to sign up for an account and how we wanted
Right.
to receive the money.
Right.
And when I emailed them, they're like, oh, yeah, it looks like you ordered a card and the money's been going to your card and now it's going to your account. I never ordered a card.
But what do you mean? Oh,
County.
so you're saying that someone started an online account for you?
I went online, I signed in, and I decided how I wanted to have the money. And I signed up for a direct deposit to have it directly deposited into my account. I never wanted a card, a third party, because that causes
I
fees
get
and
it.
things.
Then what happened? The checks have been going into your account, right?
Correct. We've been getting $82 a week because he gets paid once a week.
So the
it's like
only
$300.
check that was not put in your account was the last one?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Now, hold on. Let's just say someone did get access to your account and they hacked it and they have a card now. Are you able, the very first thing I want to do is stop the bleeding. Were you able to put a stop to that?
No, so I called the lady on the phone, and she literally said, I'm about to hang up on this lady and make her lose her mind. And I was like, I'm still here. And she was like, oh, I'm really sorry if you were offended by that. And I'm like, yeah. I mean,
but hold on. Why would she want to hang up on you? What were you doing?
I was calling to figure out what is going on with my child's money.
Okay. What is going on? Do you know?
No, they told me to call the SIM1 or whatever card it is. They said to call them and to see what the balance is and to order a new card. I said, I never ordered a card.
Okay.
I tried to call them.
Cameo.
Like, put your card
Cameo, listen carefully, okay? Right now,
Okay.
can you go and sign on right now? Or did they change your login or what? Can you log in right now if you wanted to?
No. Nope. They have taken my information and they have changed it. I never gave anybody
All right,
permission.
I get it. So you have no ability right now to get into your account.
Correct.
All right. Now, you need to go into the office and have them stop whatever access is on there.
Okay. When I went there last time, the lady was very condescending and very rude. I will go back.
No. Do you have, which office did you go to?
Arapahoe County.
Did you have to, well, when you say Arapahoe County, specifically what office?
Arapahoe County Human Services off of Alameda, right across from the library.
Okay, gotcha. Now, when you go to Human Services, do you have to make an appointment?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Whenever I've gone,
Well, hold
I've
on.
always
You said you've gone in there and someone was rude to you. When did you go in?
I went in a few weeks ago to speak with them, and I didn't have an appointment or anything. And they told me they were going to have a family resource navigator give me a call. They called me like 4 days later, and this was about like trying to get assistance to move out of my parents' house. If I told you what I've been through in my story, you would be
No,
amazed.
I know. I don't want to go through it right now. What I want to do is try to just stop the bleeding right now. We got to stop access to your account. There's got to be a way to do this without pulling teeth. So when you call them and say, someone hacked my account, please do not disperse any money to that card, what do they say?
They told me to call the place who issued the card and to give them my card number, which I don't have a card.
I
I've
get
never
it. That's
received
what's stupid. They're telling you to do something you can't do because you don't have the card.
Exactly.
And they don't listen to you?
Nope.
Come
No,
on.
sir, they do not.
Do you have the
I'm-
name? Okay. Do you have the name of somebody you've talked to?
My case manager is Angela, and apparently she's not in the office. I've been emailing with Lynn at Arapahoe County, and she's the one who told me to call the place and to give them my card number and
All
to
right.
see what the balance is.
Wait. So this Lynn that you've emailed, who is she?
She works for Arapahoe County.
And what does she do?
Let me see what her title is.
Like, is she in human services there?
Yes. Let me see. I have this email here. Let me see.
You know, it's funny they call it human services. Why wouldn't they just call it services? But anyway.
Right. So it says Family Support Registry Customer Service.
That's what you want. Okay. Here's what I need you to do for us. I need that name and email, and I need whoever else you talk to, along with your name and number. Give it to Kachina. I'm going to write an email, then I'm going to give it to somebody to work on. I'm not sure who yet, Kachina, but I'll take the first round and write this letter to the customer service, because we need to put them on notice that this woman is not getting her money and they can't hold her responsible. They need to make up for it. So hang on, okay, dear?
Okay, thank you.
You know what? It really is frustrating when people get worked over like this. Were you going to say something? A dollar before you had your mic, you were going to say something. Have you dealt with these?
No, I was just listening to her. I just wondered if.
How do you know what I was going to say, Dragon? How do you know? I said one breath of the word. How do you know? I said, have you ever worked with these? And it's like he knew, he was on the button almost, because you knew what I was thinking. You knew what I was going to say, right?
Because I've dealt with these people. I know that they are.
Okay. And that, but it's amazing how I didn't even say it and everyone heard it. Okay. So have you dealt with these people before?
I have. But I just wonder if her husband worked last week because of the holiday. Maybe that's why she didn't get a payment.
But she said someone applied for a card and took
And
away
she
her.
got the email notification or text notification that it should be deposited, and it wasn't.
Yeah, and then they also took away her
Okay.
online access. But how does someone log in to her account? I mean, really?
It's just a normal web portal, username and password.
I
That's
guess.
it.
I guess there's all kinds of cybercrime.
Card automatically.
I think that's the default.
The card? But why would they send it to a new address? That's the thing. I just don't, unless they sent it to her address and intercepted it. There's all kinds of questions we have, but we can start with an email to the customer service person at the Family Support Registry. That's what we're going to do. 303-713-TALK. Now, ProBid Energy, they will install your solar system and service it, and they do sales, and they're good people. In the solar business, please watch out. There's only a few good players, and I know them all. And ProBidEnergy.com is one of them.
She was pretty sure that she was in Arapahoe County, but she said Alameda, which made me think that's where Denver Social Services is, Alameda and Tejon, that old shopping center.
Yeah.
That's what I first thought, but you sounded like you knew that there was a library on
No, they're
in Arapahoe County. Anything past Sheridan would be technically Arapahoe County. No, that's Jefferson County.
Yeah.
Well, he'll find out for sure because she.
I'm going to do it first. I'm going to write to those people. I don't care where they're located right now. I just want to try to help her. How is this for a challenge? EuroplumbingColorado.net says, we will beat any plumbing repair price. Now think about that. They'll fix your toilet, put in a garbage disposal, a sump pump, or they'll do water heaters, and they'll beat anyone's price. They got water heaters starting at $13.99 for a 40-gallon, fully installed, $14.99 for a 50-gallon, and they even do instant water heaters, or, constant flows at extraordinary prices. So why don't you call them and put them to the test? Let me know. I've not gotten one complaint. EuroplumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. See, you don't hear Leland's voice here, like. Chopper, you up for flying one of these days?
Sure.
Sometimes I go later afternoon. They're beautiful days.
Yeah.
My chopper's flying so perfectly. Do you know when I'm done flying for a couple hours, there's not one little fucking drop of oil.
I find that so hard to believe.
I've
seen it or I wouldn't believe it.
I mean, it is so meticulously maintained.
I look up all the time to see if it's you, because I assume you're the only Enstrom in the area, turbine one.
On FlightAware?
Oh, Times Turner.
No, I mean, over my house.
Yeah.
I'm at Rappel Road.
I'm the only black, I'm the only Enstrom around, really. But it's black. That's what's funny. I do have a black helicopter. I could scare the shit out of people. Give me the name of somebody paranoid. I'll follow them around. Drive them over the edge. I'm serious. There's hardly any shake in that stick from the oscillation. I've never felt a helicopter this smooth. Well, hydraulic helicopters are very smooth.
Yeah.
This isn't.
You have a little, but I've read everything about you have a little bit of ground shake.
Yeah.
But that's common.
And that also depends, really, how you land in the strut.
Yeah,
settles.
where they.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Because that has gas in it.
Yeah.
I've never had to service those struts. I mean, on annual, he checks them, but
you don't want to have to.
They're nitrogen, right? Or what are they? I don't even know what they are. What are they filled with?
He'll call her.
I don't know.
Air? I don't think so.
I sent it to him.
But they're filled with something.
Yeah.
They're shocks.
And I don't know what I was thinking that one time I asked
And
you
she's
about $100.
sending
And
me
it
all
dawned
that
on me.
stuff, so it'll
You're not putting that in a lease or for rent. So
No.
You only have an
It's
annual.
not commercial. That's
Yeah.
If she knows that number anymore.
But in essence, 100 hours and annuals are the same.
They're the same.
I just went to the web portal and
I've been doing basic.
So what exactly happens if you don't pay child support?
It just continues to build in my case.
I'm just going to go
almost
back and get a regular.
$7,000.
I don't know why I did basic. I said because
They're supposed to take actions.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Is that self-med is what you're talking about? Where you self?
But you have to have a doctor.
Garner wages or something.
The doctor certified 20 questions.
Oh, you do?
She would have to
But they're basic.
employed in order to do
What
so.
I'm saying is It's
So
all,
they
it is
scans constantly for
self-certified,
social security number,
and the
address,
only
and phone
condition
number.
is you can
So
never
if you're not
fail
using any of those kind of things,
yeah.
you can skirt
So
around it.
people who do it,
As for punishments and whatnot,
it's
they're
kinda like,
supposed to
I may as well do it now,
revoke
so I
driver's
don't ever have to worry about it.
Mm.
But you have to have a valid
But-
one to go
You know
into
how
it.
easy it
Like,
is
You
to
have to have
drive
a
without a
valid
driver's
expired.
license.
Yeah, I
right.
know.
I couldn't just
Get in a car and
start
drive.
it because mine is
Nothing.
expired.
Yes, you could. If your last one was valid, you could.
Oh, you could?
Absolutely.
And among other
I did
things,
not
they
know.
never
I'm gonna have
say
to research
exactly
that.
what
You don't
Yeah,
have to
I
go
mean,
from
and
valid to
it's so
punishments were.
expensive to
as
get
long
an
as the
attorney
last
to
one you had
chase
was
after
valid.
that.
I thought I would have to go back to a examiner,
there are private
which
companies
doesn't scare me, but you know, it's just
that they'll take X percentage from it,
Every 3
whereas
months I have blood work.
you know,
Yeah, I know.
state won't, and you have to
I could
close
pass
the
now.
state
The guy was
account in
just
order to
my
open a
doctor.
private account.
This is fucking phenomenal. He wants me
So
to
it's not like you can go back and forth.
And he's a little older than me, and he's really healthy too. So it's nice to have a doctor that actually practices what he preaches.
Yeah, and one of the fun things that not a lot of people know too is that they have to pay back bank robbery stuff before child support. And that's one of the only things that gets paid before child support.
Oh, the
At Done Right Home Improvements, drhi.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. 888heating.com. I stress them because they're good, honest people. And a lot of people, if you have an air conditioning issue, who do I call? These guys are good, and I know them for years. 303-770-2776, 888heating.com. All right, so it's quite interesting, some of the issues people have with online and cyber attacks. There are a lot of them, people. And I don't know. I think a lot of times people do things that are stupid without knowing it. There are so many ways to get hacked on public Wi-Fis. And, you know, you go to a Starbucks, you may not think about it. You're using your phone, you may not think about it. And thieves are becoming more and more sophisticated on stealing access. So I don't know who's doing it to her or if it's being done, but she says she can no longer gain access. We're going to look into that for her. Thorne?
Yo.
What's happening?
Well, I'm thankful to be alive, Tom. Let me first say I've enjoyed listening to your show many times over the years. I appreciate what you do.
Thanks, Thorne.
I was helping a friend. I was going to help her transplant a new plant into her yard. Called 811 to get lines located. Somebody came out, marked lines, painted stripes all over the yard on where utilities were supposed to be. Went to the corner of the yard with no painted markings, dug a hole a couple of feet deep with metal post hole diggers, and got electrocuted.
Whoa, you didn't get electrocuted because you're still here, but you got a pretty bad shock.
Yeah, well, fortunately there were rubber handles on the metal post hole diggers.
Did it knock you on your ass?
No, it just put up a big puff of smoke and a spark, and there was a single spark that rose up on the cloud of smoke.
Man, are you lucky.
I knew I'd hit something electrical.
Hey, Thorne, let me ask you something. This 811, when you called them, they went all over the yard?
Yeah, as far as I know. They marked
Well, did you?
everything
No,
in the-
but usually what they do, is you tell them what you're doing and they go in the vicinity of what you're doing. For example, if you told them, I'm going to be doing this, and then you go to the other side of the yard, that could happen. Tell me what.
No, I told him there's two metal boxes in the corner of the yard in the northwest corner of the property, and I was going to locate the shrub right adjacent to those, so they knew exactly what I was talking about. What turns out is Highlands Ranch Community Association has a great big sprinkler control panel just outside the property, and what they did not mark is the electrical connection between the junction box inside the property and the Highlands Ranch Community Association.
Who did not mark it? You mean the 811 people didn't?
811 locate did not mark it. So I reported it to them, told them what happened. They come out the next day and they painted new stripes to identify the route of the line that goes to that sprinkler control box. and they painted right through the bottom of the hole that I had already dug. And so I took pictures of all the new paint, showing that they located the line through the bottom of the hole.
So what you're saying is, had they done the job right the first time, they would have marked it there, right?
Correct, and I wouldn't have dug there.
Okay, gotcha. So now what?
So that's what I'm asking you. I'm looking for ideas.
But ideas for what? I'm not sure what you're asking. Ideas for what?
I called them back. I said, I want a green light on a written statement that the repair has been effectuated before I do anything to even fill in the hole.
In other words, do you think, did anything break when you did that?
I clearly penetrated some sort of electrical connection.
So did they, listen, you're not afraid that they're going to try to pop you with any kind of damage, right?
No, but I want a green light on the repair being, I want a written statement that the repair has been made, and I think an apology is appropriate because
obviously, you would think logically they would apologize that they almost killed you. But here's the deal, though. Okay, seriously, you're not going to get a written statement of anything. Okay, they're just not going to do it. But what I want to know is, what were you doing in that area? Were you just planting something?
No, I was digging a hole for a plant that had been purchased.
That's what I asked. You were planting something. So what I want to know is this. If you simply don't plant there and just fill up the hole, why do you care if it's a sprinkler control valve or cable? Why do you care if they fixed it or not?
Well, because even if the homeowner fills in the hole, and then there's something wrong between that connection with that sprinkler control panel and what's inside her property, she's going to get blamed for it.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I want them to take responsibility. And the other thing, and this is what's really important, they are incompetent. I could have easily been killed. And
right.
I'm thankful to God that I wasn't.
Right.
But I don't trust these people anymore, and I don't think anybody else should either.
No, that is a scary thought that they came out there and missed that. But why do you think they missed it? Did they give you any explanation at all? I would have thought that they would have. Did they say any? Go ahead.
Now that I've reported it, and I got this barrage of emails from different utility providers saying we don't have anything there, because 811 reports the incident to like 8 or 9 different facilities providers, and so I get all these emails, none of which was from Excel. And I talked to Excel Energy the next.
Who runs?
Next
I was just going to ask you something. Who runs that 811? Who are they?
I have no idea. I take it it's a state.
I actually don't know the answer.
They have several contractors.
How do you know that?
Because I've dealt with them.
All right, so 811 is just an aggregate number that you call, and they assign someone to it?
I would assume
Who
so.
Who pays for it? I imagine all the utilities chip in, right?
Yeah, we chip in because it saves them money.
All the utility ratepayers chip in. I guarantee you there's a charge on my bill every month for 811 locate service.
Maybe not so clearly marked like that, but...
No, but it's buried in the rate,
So here, right now, what you want is acknowledgement that you didn't do anything wrong, so this homeowner is not blamed.
Correct.
I think you've documented enough. Do you think that if you just go ahead and just fill the hole back up,
I'm just going to backfill the hole, but I don't think that's the end of it.
No, but I don't see how they can blame her for anything. Even if, by the way, you have a fear that if something goes wrong with the system, they're going to go to that neighbor and say, you did some landscaping and did damage.
Yeah, and the complaining party might be Highlands Ranch Community Association.
Well, if I were you, I would take out my cell phone and do a selfie video. I was digging here. They failed to locate. They located it after I popped a line and almost killed myself. I am documenting this so the homeowner is not blamed for not doing it properly. I would be done with it. I think you're overthinking it. I really think you're overthinking it.
email or
Do we
a
know if the
text right now
sprinkler system of
to
the
please call
HOA
you. I
area
mean, I
was
can
all
see the
not
string of
working?
messages that I've sent him.
Because he,
and I've sent
yeah,
him
because
4
he
different
broke.
messages
That's
to
what I
him.
would
Sudden
think.
it start getting brown out there.
Christ, mine doesn't go on for 2 days, and I have a brown spot.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Yep, like I said, after the show today, I will go ahead and tell Tom about this, okay?
Spectacular savings are happening now in Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. You can get a Sleepy's Queen mattress for just $89.99, the lowest price ever.
That's not true, sir. Okay, I have
That
tried
guy, man, I
multiple
would be
times
really
to get
fucking
through to
pissed if
Rock.
that happened to me. Keel and Park. They are estate planning attorneys. They have a great way of doing business. Here's what they do.
Okay.
They'll go over your
thank
entire
you very much
estate.
For your feedback, like
and
I said,
everything you own,
after
your
the
business,
show
your
today, I
your
will
kids,
tell
your
Tom
heirs,
what's going on.
Your
He might
investments,
be
your
able to
collectibles,
actually
and then
get a hold of
that's
Rock
all
and be
free
like,
of charge.
What's going on?
They want to know about your
And,
dreams and your hopes, and then they put together a plan with flat rates. You decide how much of that you want to do, and you know exactly the cost. You know, that's a very simple way and a wonderful way to do estate planning. Keel and Park. Common spellings of those words with E on the end of each. That's Keel and Park. 970-818-8198. Call for a complimentary review of your estate with flat rate pricing. LawKP.com.
Uh-huh.
You know,
All
you've
right,
been hearing me talk about investments.
getting
There are some
calls from
investments that are
sponsors that
guaranteed in writing, guaranteed to return a certain amount, guaranteed to produce income, and guaranteed never to lose a dime of principal or gain.
Oh, yeah.
Those are called fixed indexed annuities. And there is a place for it in some of your portfolios. If you have a lump sum you want to invest, or maybe you're younger and you want to contribute to a fixed indexed annuity, listen, it's not the end all for everyone, but it is a tool. And I urge you to call Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, if you're interested in this tool. He'll explain the ins and outs to you, and he'll never misrepresent it. That's mymoney.myway.com. 303-779-6600.
One of those things.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication.
Shut up. What? Did I say that out loud? What?
Is just so pissed off because Rock won't call him back from American Restoration.
Why will?
And here's the thing.
I'll text
Their
Rock.
phone number, I've texted him 4 times. I can show you the screenshot.
Okay, then I gotta figure that. I'm gonna call his rep.
He's like, he's all mad because their phone number has been disconnected. Sometimes they're having intermittent outages.
Give me the name of the customer.
Okay.
Send it to me by text. I'm gonna text Hiram. I don't blame him.
Thanks for calling
Bullshit.
Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
We just talked to him this morning.
Who? The guy that's
AM
pissed?
Restoration? No.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show.
No, we didn't.
Please hold a moment.
Rock? No. American Restoration? No, we talked to. No, who did we talk to? Am I going nuts? No, Paragon Services.
Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Matt or Mark? I get them confused.
Matt?
Genesis and Paragon.
Mark
Good
is at
afternoon,
Genesis.
Troubleshooter Show.
Matt is at Paragon.
I was thinking when that lady was talking about her water problem.
That's Matt.
Snap to it.
It was Paragon.
Snap out of it, Biden.
Yeah,
President,
it wasn't,
Mr. President.
But there was a.
It wasn't AM Restoration.
How many miles do you have on your one? Do you have a
I
one?
sold it.
You did.
I had last fall. My lease was.
What do you have now?
I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
That's nice. Do you have the dress one or the Jeep one?
Okay.
The Jeep, or is it?
Well, we're at
Is it
the
a Jeep?
end of the
I always
we're
say
at
that,
the
or is it
end
an
of the show
SUV?
today.
It's an SUV.
So,
I like the
the
Jeep.
best thing for you to do is
but
call
that's not
tomorrow
called
between
the
10 o'clock
Grand.
and 2 o'clock, and we can get you on with Tom.
But you have the Grand
Cherokee.
Oh, see, that's really nice.
Yeah.
That's
60 to 90,000.
Do you like it as much as the Beamer?
No.
Why'd you do it?
I don't know. I think really at the end of the day, the cars I was looking at, it was just sticker
What
shock.
do they run? The Jeeps?
I haven't gotten anything about. I mean, we've gotten.
God Almighty! Everything's expensive.
That one doesn't.
You
sound
could have
right.
had my car for less than that.
Tom, did you see this? Biden.
I only have 20,000 miles on it. No, mine's like brand new. I love it. You know, the more I thought about getting rid of it,
Perfect.
I'm bored.
Perfect.
Meaning,
Sounds
but I'm
good.
bored with everything. There's nothing that
All right,
excites
thank
me
you.
anymore in cars. I'm really not excited.
Good
about
afternoon. Thanks for calling the
Are you-
Troubleshooter Show.
Do any cars excite you anymore?
The one I have in my garage, I have a
What is it? A
Yes.
vintage?
69 Mach
Yep.
1.
Oh, that! Oh
Cobra
my
Jet,
God Almighty!
428
Yeah,
Cobra
but I
Jet.
still, you know what? I love that too. But I wouldn't get excited about that either. I'm even that.
I don't want to
don't-
go drive it, because I don't want to.
I'm excited about a horse, but I can't get one. I don't want to have an animal that outlives me. That's one of my rules.
Every second of this Dem Civil War, let's talk about who Trump's VP should be and why. And why did Jared Polis just send one of the most intentionally snobbish tweets in the history of tweets? Join me at 4.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So I have a really important text question here. What is the financial benefit of paying off a mortgage early, if I have the money, compared with investing the extra money in stocks or bonds? So let's analyze it. You have a mortgage on one hand, let's say that, $100,000, let's say, and you have $100,000 to pay it off. Should you pay it off or should you invest it? There's a very simple answer to that.
Interest rates?
It's all in the math. If you're paying more on your mortgage than you can make in investments, then you go for you pay it off. If you're paying more, if your mortgage is costing you more than the opportunity, so the opportunity cost is what you need to look at. So let's say you could make 10% on your money and you're paying 6% on your loan. Well, obviously you would invest the money. And some people will say yes, but that's not entirely true because you're not sure if you can make 10%, and there's no sure investment. Therefore, maybe I should pay off my house. Now, that's true. If you can't make solid investments to meet or beat that mortgage, then obviously you should pay off your mortgage. And in fact, paying off a mortgage is more than just math. It's security, because you can always re-tap it if you need to. All right, so we're running out of time. I'm Tom Martino. Remember, I want you to call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466 for help, information, and referrals. You leave your name, and we will get back to you. Remember, save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Celebrate summer, cleaner carpets and better indoor air quality. Only with Zero-Res. 3 rooms clean, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. Call now, 303-471-5150 or book online, ZeroResDenver.com.
Is rap music a confession or an artistic expression? Listen to the legal anatomy of current events on your favorite platform to make your decision.
If you're looking for countertops, bar tops, vanities, windowsills, art niches, anywhere you want natural stone or quartz, you want to call the Art of Granite for free materials. You heard right. Free materials. They have a big remnant selection, and if you find what you want there, you get it free. You only pay for fabrication and installation. Only at theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. Get prices on the phone. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
It's where it all began.
It's one small step for man.
AM radio has always been there.
And where it still endures.
I do get the news on the radio.
Talk radio, a good source of information.
Hearing the opinions of others
kind of makes it feel like there's someone in the car with you.
The power of AM radio and the power of talk.
I love talk radio.
Online, on your smart device, and of course, on AM.
I like hearing the opinions. As long as it's to the right, I'm good with it.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. After publicly voicing concerns about President Biden's poor debate performance and some calling for him to step aside as the nominee, Democrats now standing behind the president's re-election bid. Progressive Democratic Representative Ayanna Pressley telling reporters they're focused on beating former President Trump in November.
I am not distracted by a 90-minute debate. I am focused on guarding against 90 years of harm if Project 2025 becomes a reality.
Trump denies having knowledge of Project 2025, crafted by former Trump administration officials that support expanding presidential power and drastically cutting federal agencies. Some 2 million customers remain without power in Texas a day after Hurricane Beryl hit. Remnants of Beryl pushing through the Midwest and raising the threat of flooding there. And western states are locked in a heat wave, facing another day of record-breaking triple-digit temperatures. That's making it tougher for fire crews battling wildfires. This is ABC News. New York University settled a lawsuit filed by 3 Jewish students who said they had been subjected to pervasive acts of discrimination since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. As part of the settlement, NYU will update its language on anti-Semitism in its student conduct document. Starting next week, it's tourism with a difference in Copenhagen.
The city's tourist board is rolling out a program that will hand out things like free lunches, coffees, glasses of wine, or even kayak rentals to those who participate in things like picking up litter, traveling via public transportation, or biking around town. 24 organizations have signed up to provide incentives for the trial run. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
And a different spin for some tourists visiting Barcelona. Protesters throwing soda cans at visitors and shouting tourists go home. Locals say they've been priced out of living in the city due to short-term rentals. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The EPA and the Colorado Department of Public Health say the Suncor refinery in Commerce City is in violation of the Clean Air Act. The agencies say the refinery is improperly releasing the toxic chemical benzene. The benzene pollution and other violations were confirmed by the EPA in an inspection report from earlier this year. A compliance advisory meeting will be held next. The Colorado Senate Committee on Ethics has ruled that Senator Faith Winter violated the Senate's rules of ethics during a community meeting. It happened earlier this year in North Glen, where Winter showed up to the meeting visibly intoxicated, stumbling and slurring her speech. Seasonal temperatures today and tomorrow before a heat wave moves in later this week.
We're going to be in the upper 80s today with clouds building in as we get into later on this afternoon. Maybe a few sprinkles up in your foothills. Same thing for Wednesday, low 90s, and then things get really hot. 97 Thursday, and then near triple digits for Friday, Saturday, and for Sunday.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Keep your eye out for a crash on I-25 northbound approaching 6th Ave. It's in the right shoulder. There's brake lights back to Lincoln on that one. There's a fender bender at Arapahoe and Peoria. Now we're seeing those normal slowdowns on I-25 around downtown and 276 in and out of Commerce City, as well as I-76 westbound between Monaco and Brighton. It's a beautiful, partly cloudy day. More of the same tonight with a low of 57. Currently, it's 86 degrees in Denver. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Kelly Kane, 630 KHOW.
Spectacular savings are happening now at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. You can get a Sleepy's Queen mattress for just $89.99, the lowest price ever. Upgrade, save, and celebrate before it's too late. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store only while supplies last. Restrictions apply.
I'm ready. You hear all the time people say, I lost the weight and then I put it all back on. Over and over and over again. You don't get that with SOTA because SOTA teaches you what your body wants and needs. When you do the SOTA weight loss program, you learn what to eat, what not to eat, how much to eat, to just maintain that good, healthy weight.
Here at SOTA, we obviously focus on weight loss. However, what is most important to us is the habits that you're going to take away for a lifetime. Anytime you feel lost when it comes to food, you have something to fall back on, and that's the education and the coaching, the guidance that you got when you were on our program.
You just work it into your life. You don't feel deprived. You don't feel like you're working too hard. You just feel like you're living the life.